Okay, good afternoon. Let's get started. It's March 1st, 2023. Time is 4:04 p.m. We're already into March. In attendance, Director Nelson, Director Daniels, Director Art, Director Malpashan, Director Loma, Director Jurgensen is traveling and out of town and cannot join us. And Director Bankus is at home resting and not feeling well. So with that, and we have Superintendent Gall joining us and several of his executive team and his other staff members too. The first item on the agenda is survey information. This is something that the board had requested in the past at one of the board meetings. Surveys that are being surveys that students have to take. So it's going to be an overall review of all the surveys that are given to our students from the district level, give an overall background on that, and then maybe even share how that data is being used in the district. How does that benefit us? How does that help us reach our end outcome, which is the board priorities out there? So with that, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Gall.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's not snowing yet, but we will have a 4 a.m. snow call for some forecasted snow this evening. It just seems that every time we're together, it's always about snow. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Colicky and Tamara and Valerie to get right after it.
All right, thank you.
So maybe you can first start about the 5 essential survey.
Sure.
That's a simple, easier one to do with this. And then I think Director Nelson asked some questions regarding the 5 essential. So let's discuss that, and then if board members have some questions, we can address that and then go into panorama and the healthy kids one.
That sounds good. Okay. So per the request of the board, we're talking about here tonight the notion of passive or active consent based on the district-wide surveys that we use. Probably a lot of that conversation, like Director or President Malpacum pointed out, will be around Panorama and Colorado Healthy Kids. But I just want to go a little bit over the background on policy LC and also some of the risk and confidentiality questions that have come up. So related to all three, so 5E, Panorama, and Colorado Healthy Kids survey. So for the Panorama and Colorado Healthy Kids, both surveys have been given on a school-by-school basis. And as such, to this date, were not considered district-wide surveys. Panorama was on a limited, it was about 30-some schools. This year is the first year that it will have been given on a district-wide basis. Healthy Kids Colorado is by design a sampled survey, meaning they recruit particular sites across the state to participate. Ms. Skates will be able to speak to that in detail, but just by nature of their survey design, it doesn't include all schools in the district. Usage is generally determined by principal for school improvement and information that they want to know. Panorama, like I said, was given first time district-wide in the fall of 2022. And we are just in the middle of the second window of that. Parent information on how to opt out on the passive consent has been available through the participating school. And so that option, that would be passive consent. So a parent chooses to opt out of a survey, being passive consent, or a parent, the opposite, being a parent choosing to be a part of the survey is active consent. So that's the terminology that we'll be using. When we talk about risk and confidentiality, all three surveys are Colorado Healthy Kids and 5E are anonymous down to the student level. Panorama is not, because Panorama then gets used for treatment and action plans based on student feedback. However, all three follow a very standard and rigorous protocol for security. They really have to, because to be giving and collecting data at the scale that they collected, they have to go through an institutional review board practice and review and updates. And so that always requires a very clear data integrity and data security plan, which includes isolated servers, encrypted servers. The data that's stored is never shared with any third party. It never actually is even even available on in a networked system. So it's completely what we call airlocked to any other system. All three use that type of setup, which is pretty standard in the research world. And all responses are still confidential. However, at Panorama, and I'll leave it to the subject matter experts to speak more to this, Panorama, those results, because we report them at the student level, do get reported to individual teachers with whom the teacher has a relationship with the student is in their classroom. So that's the one exception. So when we jump into 5E, 5E data, so the first question was, how is 5E student data used to inform our work? I think you got a really good taste of that sitting through the Priority Improvement School presentations. You heard at every one of those 5E being foundational to goal setting and for school climate and culture. And we know anecdotally as educators and as people in the field that school climate and culture is the undergirding framework that supports academic support. What is really dynamic about 5E and the University of Chicago work is they have brought in a very rigorous research model to that, over 30 years old, millions of data points that show a very strong, more than correlation, causation with the essentials that they have identified, hence the 5Es, with increase and improved performance in both math and ELA. You may have heard, and when we go through our results again this year, you'll hear this metric. What they have discovered and identified with their statistical models, that when a school is strong in at least 3 of the 5, that school is 10 times more likely to show significant improvement in math and ELA. When a school is weak in just one area, it decreases their chances of increasing academic performance to less than 10%. It's actually 8%. I just learned at a work session, at a training that we just had. So it drastically decreases. The climate and culture matter, and we know that. Now we have a quantitative measure for it. So I cannot overstate how foundational the 5E data are to school planning and improvement efforts. It is a core central topic within the One Plan, which you saw, a core central topic to the school UIPs, Unified Improvement Plans, and it gives schools a real tight measure that they can start to work on to increase that climate and culture that we know are tied to academic improvement. So the next question was, when they look at areas of the 5 essentials. So the 5 essentials are made up of effective leaders, supportive environments, collaborative teachers, ambitious instruction, and involved families. It seems that the feedback should be coming from staff and parents to measure how a school lines up. So how does the student data, if I'm misconstruing your question at all, please correct me. How is the student data tied into that graphic that we're all very familiar with the 5 essentials? Basically, how's the student data feed into that? So teachers are answering questions. They answer the brunt. They provide the brunt of the data for the 5E. So they are ambitious instruction related to the quality of student discussion, effective leadership, collaborative teachers, and involved families. So those are all teacher-answered items. And so those are the essentials that are being informed directly from teacher voice. The student-answered essentials are ambitious instruction. So ambitious instruction is made up of multiple measures, if you remember. So things like academic press in English, academic press in math, the quality, how seriously are my peers taking academic work in the classroom. Those are all examples of ambitious instruction being answered from the student's perspective. And then supportive environments. So how safe do I feel in a building? What's the flow through that building like? What's the overall vibe? I guess you take away from the supportive environment, and how well received and how welcome do they feel by the staff and the administration? That's another student answered essential. Remember also, we do a parent one, and that's in October. We finish that up in the fall. That is really around parent satisfaction with the school, parent-student interaction, parent-staff interaction. What's the relationship between parents and the leadership, and then a parent assessment of safety and communication. So the way that those all feed in is the teachers are really providing the majority of the information for pretty much 4 of the 5 essentials, with students bringing in the majority of information for how is ambitious instruction being carried out in the school, and then how supportive is that environment. And then families just talking about what's their relationship like with the school, with the faculty, and with the leadership. Then finally, student questions didn't seem relevant to the above listed categories, so wondering how we utilize the information from students. So student items, I would summarize, are used as responding variables to curricular and instructional interventions. So when we ask a student, what's the level of dialogue and discussion you have around a math problem? That's literally one of the items. And how much does that happen? Hardly ever to several times a week. That is a variable, that's a question that we can use as a responding variable to a lot of the work that's being led around using Eureka Squared, in really talking about and dialoguing about math, really digging deeper into the process of math. Those are all the instructional interventions and actions that are happening on the ground, that when we take a once-a-year 5E survey, we would hope to see change on that item and change overall in ambitious instruction in those schools that are really drilling down and doing some of the Eureka Squared types of changes and interventions and treatments. So it's really used as a once-a-year waypoint, if you will. How are our treatments and interventions on a daily basis rolling up to change a student's perception about how math is being taught in their school? Is student data used to give direct feedback to individual teachers on the 5E? No, teachers are de-identified in their responses, and then the results are rolled up to the school level. So that is to ensure maximum participation and then no fear of retribution for the answer that's being given. All results are then given back at the school level, and planning happens around that school level. So a particular teacher wouldn't be given their results for their students because both are de-identified. Then based on the website saying the students received the survey, this just recently, and we actually extended that window 1 week due to weather, because the last week we had a delayed start and a snow day. So we extended that for 1 week, got our participation numbers in a really great place. So the survey has already been given, which is correct. Where are parents informed in advance? So there is information on the 5E website, and I just want to be transparent on this. We need to do, my office, I in particular, need to do a better job at proactively getting that information out to parents to say, this is the 5E survey, this is what it's about, and you have the option of opting out. So really systematizing that more than delivering that to principals and having it on a website, both of those being a little bit more passive of an approach. So regardless of the conversation tonight, that'll be a key piece of next year's implementation plan, is to take that information and get it out to parents in a more proactive fashion, in a more systematized fashion. So I just want to own that. So with that, I will, do we want to do any questions on that first?
Yes, let's stop right there with the 5 essentials and let's see if there are any questions. So what you're telling me, just for clarity, Dr. K, the 5 essential survey has been done with the students, that window is closed. Okay, and at this time around, we didn't share that information with parents and provide them the choice for opting out.
No, not directly.
Not directly. That sounds good. If the parents itself knew about it, they could have approached the school and opted out.
Correct.
Okay. Do you roughly know what percentage of our students take this 5 essential survey?
What
Participation.
percentage of students?
Participation, like in parent participation, we have some 20 to 50%. So students, do you have a breakup? Is it 80% of
We
us?
were on average about 85 to 87%.
Yeah, elementary, middle, and high school. Okay.
Total.
And the 15% that I'm missing were probably absent at that time or something like that.
Yeah, there's various reasons for it.
Okay.
Teacher participation was even higher. It was about 89 to 90.
And just to rubber stamp how much belief we have in a system for 5 essentials. David and his team are presenting next week at Executive Cabinet a central office version of 5 essentials. So how do the folks that work for David feel about the trust and the support that they have in that relationship with David as their chief? So we just thought very deeply about, we rolled 17 principals up to that podium right there, and we said, well, gee, your 5 essentials has got a little too much orange, a little too much red, and your numbers are a little too low. Go work harder and try harder. Now, I mean, it's not that caustic in the way that we talk about it, but we have numbers and ways that we measure the success of how a school's climate and culture is and or are. And so we're developing that internally so we can have that same measurement for our staff. And so we are all in and this is now my 4th district, and 3 of them were 5 essentials. 1 of them was Great Places to Work, which in my opinion was a nice way to measure trust, but it was a little too disconnected from the ed space. It talked more holistically about organizational culture. 5 essentials is one of very few nationally adopted ways for us to get this level of understanding of what's happening in a building, which you all saw. There's a very easy correlation to see. Red and orange on 5 essentials is both leading and lagging to what we see happening in the classroom.
So that is going to be done department by department?
Yeah,
5 essentials.
we're developing that, and we'd love to be able to share that with the board here probably after spring break.
And I'm looking forward to grilling David when it's all written as 5 essentials. I'm just kidding. Okay. The questions that were shared, I think another question that Director Nelson asked, the questions that were shared on the website said 2018-19 on the survey questions itself, but those are the questions that are given even now, right? It hasn't changed.
I confirmed that with my meeting.
Okay, so maybe we can remove that top page alone, so then we don't need to go back and change it year after year, and it's current every single time. I turn it over to the board for questions on the 5 essentials. Go ahead.
I'll ask you a couple more. Thank you. You answered everything I had in the email well, and you answered correctly. As far as the questions, do they vary based on age? Like the example you gave about the math, to me, that seems like that would be a difficult question for a 4th grader to understand. Is it that we just realize that at that age level, we might not get true data because the question itself is a little bit complicated, or do we vary the questions based on age?
No, the questions are not varied on age, so that they've determined based on their item validity, measures and work that 4th grade level is where it would start.
Okay, and then we've mentioned teachers. Do ESP receive it as well?
No,
Oh, just
that's actually one of the impetus of doing it for
Oh,
all. So
yeah.
only licensed instructional staff.
You said that the data is on a server that third parties can't access, that sort of thing, but is this correct to say we purchase it from University of Chicago? So then do they have access to the data? Is it kind of a partnership thing that then they have access to our data for their research? Or do we own all of it?
As it stands now, we own all of it. They are not actively doing research with school level data, to my knowledge, right now.
Do they have access to it?
Some do. Yeah, it's a limited access, but yes, some of their researchers do.
Okay.
Because they have to go through and they have to validate it, and they create. If you remember, there's the little expected values on the different graphs, and so some of their researchers are doing that, but that's on a limited basis, which is standard practice.
And then this is a question, I guess, regarding all of the surveys. Well, first let me ask this. Is the Panorama and the 5E survey and then the Healthy Kids, all of the surveys we give, not counting like a classroom,
Right, correct.
level?
Great point. District-wide, yes.
Okay. So do we have any funding tied to performing any of these kinds of surveys? Any grants or anything that require this, like Panorama or 5E?
5E does not. I will, in my mind, I don't know how to answer about Panorama. 5E is not, it's a general fund request.
So let's get back to the panorama when we get to the panorama. But that's a question that you can think about if funding is
That
done.
was just one of the items that just went to DAC budget.
Yeah.
Yes, I was gonna ask that also in your presentation last night at the DAC Budget Subcommittee. So this is a cost that you ask for every year, it's not already built into your budget, or is it that the cost is going up? And that's why you're asking for more money now?
Cost changes, yeah.
Okay.
So it changes with the economy, but it also changes with the level of professional development that we want to have with it.
When you say economy, do you mean economy of scale that we're expanding it, or?
I'm sorry, cost of the service.
Okay, so we do have some cost already built into our budget, but now you're trying to compensate for those changes? Or is it that our costs, you just come back every year asking for all the costs?
Correct. I come back every year asking for non-recurring.
So this is something we're tackling in the budget build this year. We have money allocated, but our current, or I'll say our past process was, we have to ask for money that we know is already allocated and committed to contracts. So we bought curriculum on a multi-year deal, but we don't pay for it up front. And so let's just call it $100,000 a year. Each year, the CAO team comes forward and says, I need $100,000 for that curriculum. We're shifting to a model now that says all future contract obligations will then come on the sheet to Tamara that says, you already have 5 pieces of curriculum at $100,000 a piece, $500,000 in the budget. You don't have to ask for it.
Okay.
So this is exactly what's happening with the 5 essentials. The other piece that becomes a challenge from a non-recurring and recurring sense is when there are incremental increases over years in those contract obligations. Power School, I won't pull John to the table for it, but Power School has a bump up in this year's budget. And so the question is, oh my God, we didn't budget for that. No, we did budget for that, but the way that we build our budget is we have to re-ask for what we already know we're committed to. And we want to get to a place that says the cost of doing business, we're already pre-programmed at 70% of the budget for next year, or whatever that number is. So that's what it is for 5 essentials, but that's common right now for any of these external contracts that we have for a survey or a service provider or a technology licensing fee.
I think that was all my questions. I'm glad that we're shifting to informing parents ahead of time that, and I know we've worked on the policy to incorporate that as well. So I think that's a definite positive direction that we're headed in.
That will be standard practice coming out of my office.
Awesome.
And just for clarity's sake, this is anonymous. Student information is not being gathered student by student. It's anonymous, the
Correct.
5 essential. And at the elementary school level, what grade does it start at? 4th grade. Okay. At least the preference right now from the district would be to keep this as an opt-out as opposed to changing it to an opt-in.
Most definitely.
Okay, and if you go to an opt-in, you would anticipate a considerable drop in participation.
Correct.
Okay, any further questions
Yeah,
on this 5 essentials?
Well, related to that, what is the lowest percentage of a participant do you need to ensure the data is reliable?
50% is their bottom threshold.
So we're at 85 now. The likelihood of losing 35% by having an opt-in requirement, that's a lot. So in other words, there's a lot of room there for error, not error, but for lack of participation to get a viable number, correct?
Viable, yes, but 50% is the bare minimum. And so you start to lose some predictability and you get a lot more variability in your results at that point. So an 85 is most definitely a better metric.
Okay.
And we have a data point on a different survey on the difference between opt-in and opt-out. Valerie, can you summarize that without naming the survey? Because that will come up later, but just the data point that the state has shared with us on participation rates.
Right. So when they see districts move to opt-in, they see participation rates drop to about 20%.
50% drop to 20
Drop to 20%.
Yeah.
Where they were.
total, oh, okay.
Overall. And so the position, and of course, this is a policy decision by the board, and we will execute as directed by the board. Opting in will create a much larger workload for this district, maybe to the additional FTE requirement to be able to manage and to track those opportunities down. My equity statement on this will be families that want to manage either opt out or opt in will find their way through the policy to get to opting out or opting in. Having opt out ensures that we get more collective voice, for sometimes we don't have connectivity with families. Having student voice, which we had student voice in this boardroom earlier this week on some stuff that was covered by the news media, ensures that we get a chance to hear from our students how they feel about their experience without having to constantly manage, do we or do we not have access? Our lowest performing schools are normally consistently with our lowest performing amount of parent feedback in 5 essentials.
Yeah.
And so we already see a direct correlation between active parents find a way to be active in the space. We don't want to exclude getting the voice and the feedback that we need by the restrictions that exist. We understand that there are challenges on how certain community members feel about some of the questions, of which we will continue to dialogue around. But we are worrisome of going from opt out to opt in and now having to manage 22,000 times every time we want to ask a question. Now we're in the business of managing, are you or are you not comfortable, instead of taking confidentiality pieces to give trends. And when we get to Panorama, I've asked Valerie to brief the fall results, even though they weren't posted, and so we'll share them with everyone, just for you all to see what we get out of that and how it helps direct us as a school district on where it is that we need to be allocating resources and paying attention, without saying that student said this about what happened on that day. It's holistic in how we view it, not specific.
Go
I think
ahead.
the fear, oh, good.
Go ahead.
The fear is probably not this survey, but the chance of any other survey rising up and coming in and abusing that status of opt out or opt in. I mean, that is the greatest concern I hear. So this may be a great tool, and it's very vanilla in its presentation. But what about the next survey? And then the next one? I think that's where the major concern lies. How can we prevent just any survey coming up and asking our kids anything they want? So that would be something we'd have to tackle. How do we tackle that and make one side feel comfortable and the other side and for our need for data?
And that's addressed in that policy LC now, where there is specific language. If there is a survey that what Dr. Kolaki is talking about, then that can be an opt-out. But if there is going to be information that are going to ask students that are going to go into their privacy, or asking about their family, or asking about drug use, or things of that, illegal things that could be happening, those are the way it's addressed in policy is going to be, some of it is not allowed, and some of it, if we need that information, it's going to be more opt-in.
So we have to delineate what is off limits.
Yep.
Yeah, I may just share one anecdote, because I also manage the external research review board for the district. And so I just had a request to do a full district student survey. It was around like PE class. The questions were innocuous enough, but we have to, that's one level of analysis. The second level of analysis is that it is taking away from instructional time. Any survey that we take is 20 minutes out, that's what 5E takes, is 20 minutes out of instructional time. So we have to weigh those two in tension. So the response back, while they had all their survey and all their pieces in place, our policy is that requires full active consent from every parent. So it would be on you, the researcher, along with your district sponsor. So everyone is required to have a district content sponsor. So in the case of PE, it would be someone like Chris Knoll or someone like that. They, in partnership, would have to manage, send out, collect, manage, and work through me to maintain an active consent process because it's involving an entire district. They wanted to involve the entire district. So that's the level of expectation that we have for just someone who comes from an external standpoint, even discarding any controversial questions. How many jumping jacks do you do? Like, that's the level of attention that we're giving these external research requests. So that one was clearly not feasible because of the level of expectation of maintaining that and the degree to which they would have to report to the district in response to maintaining it.
Okay.
So hopefully that alleviates some of that concern that there are secondary and tertiary ways of managing those requests.
So let's move, you want?
Yeah, so as we were revising this policy LC, we included language to inform parents beforehand, providing opt-out options. There's guidelines as far as specific surveys that will require consent. We added a paragraph at the bottom that says the board recognizes the districts will wish to submit surveys to gain feedback from students regarding their experiences as student in District 11. A majority of the board may give permission to conduct such surveys as an opt-out option to families. The above guidelines of informing parents, guardians of the purpose, content, survey questions, and intended use of the information in advance of administering the survey still apply. So I added that language, and I have to admit to my fellow board members, I'm struggling with whether that was wise and if I actually want to walk that back. That I see the desire of the district to gain information so that we can improve ourselves and better the services that we're providing. But I have been wrestling a lot with whether we should be assuming consent and recognizing that we are asking questions of minors, and should that actually be a decision that parents make? And any business or service in the real world, you're asked, will you take this survey? And we're in a unique situation that we can just give it to our students without asking that question. But I'm just wondering, given that we do have other means of gauging our schools and that staff or the teachers are providing the survey as well. Sorry, you're employed, we're gonna make you do it, that's how it is, a part of your employment. And that can kind of guide our work. Is that enough? Do we truly need the student portion of the survey is the question that I still am asking myself. So I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit, or just know that's where I'm wrestling.
Do we need the student portion of the 5E survey?
Yes, could we still gauge where we're at with our schools and have the guidance for our work with the staff and parent portion of the survey?
I don't think that would be an option. One, most importantly, from the research framework of the work that's been done, the student and the teacher survey items flow together to create a holistic picture of the school climate and culture. And secondly, the vendor and the contract doesn't allow for picking one survey over another.
So I maybe should have worded that differently. That's assuming we land at like a 20% participation rate. Like, we still provide the opportunity for families to sign their students up, but we don't get the numbers. We don't hit that minimum 50%. Can we still use the data to guide our work? So I'm not saying we don't offer it at all. We just have it be, parents, we really need this information. This helps guide our work. Please allow us to ask your children these questions. So not that we're not offering it, but that we're not assuming consent anymore. So how would it work if we did get a 20% participation rate on student data. I mean, we could, I imagine there's a way to still use the information from staff to guide our work. Or is that counter to what you just said?
Yeah, we wouldn't receive any results at the 20% for students and teachers.
So does 5E or University of Chicago have a survey version that is only asking our staff? I mean, are you telling me that if we say parents have to opt in, that basically this information's a wash and that the 5E survey is not relevant anymore?
So if we required active consent for the 5E, we would expect the results, the participation rates to go below the 50%, yes. Which would then make it not usable.
Yeah, we're doing
Don't
the
even do
survey.
it.
So is there a version of this survey that we don't have to, does the University of Chicago have a version of the survey that is still usable and we're only asking staff and parents? I mean,
Are you aware of anything like that, Dr. K?
No,
Okay.
and that would be in opposition to their entire research basis because student voice is such a critical part of
Yeah.
climate culture.
and I'm not trying to eliminate student voice, I just wanna make sure that parents are okay with their students providing voice. So, I mean, that's pretty shocking to me that like, it's kind of a situation where you're saying that we have to assume consent to get the data to do our work. I didn't realize that was the position that we were in, so.
But at the questions itself, you've taken a look at the 5 essential surveys as a parent with 2 children in the district. Do you have concerns with some of the questions that are being asked?
They're a neutral question.
Okay,
It's more on the principle of the matter that we're
Okay.
assuming consent.
She wants to know, the parent wants to know.
parent wants to know. Yeah,
Beforehand.
but so that's why we need to balance what is it that the district needs as far as information to ensure that our students are getting the high quality education that we want to provide in the classroom. And some of this, maybe this is not a correct analogy, when we provide assessment to our students in math or English, we don't go and every time ask parents for consent that we are going to, but it essentially provides us a benchmark at the end of the year to see how students are progressing. So if this is similar type of benchmark to let us know how they are progressing, if they feel safe in our schools.
I don't really know that that's a good apples to apples
Okay.
comparison. I mean, if we're asking a child, do you feel safe in the hallway, and do you feel safe in the bathroom? Do you feel safe outside the school, walking home? You know, is it okay that we're asking that without parent permission? That's the question I've been asking myself. And it sounds like if we were to shift to, nope, we need it to be opt-in, then we basically wouldn't really even be doing this survey anymore, if I'm hearing you correctly.
That's
Like,
a
the
good
data
summary.
Yeah.
would not work. So that stinks that we're kind of put into that position. I'm one board member, I'm sharing where I'm struggling, and the rest of you may not agree and outvote me. So, and I'm not saying that I'm ready to just throw this out the window. So, like I said, just sharing my struggles and wanting to look out for parents and students, parents and kids, minors, and making sure we're doing right by them. So,
Okay.
I'm done.
Director.
I wonder if there would be a way to help assuage your concern, like we can put it up front in a parent handbook that these are the surveys that the district does or you might do over the course of the year. Please be aware that we will drop a note on put a note on our website, which shouldn't be too difficult, hopefully, and put it in our parent newsletter, that these would be ways that we would notify you. And I mean, I know parents whose teachers have reached out by phone, by email, and by a note home in the backpack. And those parents still don't know what's going on. And there's no way they're gonna opt in because they don't know. They don't get it. They have not, unless they have been physically spoken to, they're not gonna know. And I think the value to us of all of the surveys we're talking about today, knowing how to make our students feel safer and more included, I think that is overwhelmingly important to opting in. The data becomes basically useless, as you noted. Why bother? So I wonder if instead of, well, just how we can address the concern that you have, which is fair, but can we communicate up front that be watching for this, or this is the time frame it usually appears, something like that, that would help address your concerns.
Here's an ideal, okay. When we do registration, why can't that just be and concerning this one survey, if that be part of the intake for everybody that comes to school? This survey we do every year. It be explained in layman's terms. Are you okay with this? Because that right there touches everybody every year. And then you can meet the needs of those who are concerned, but also not be as labor intensive, create, a whole new, well, maybe you need an FT, I don't know. But could that be, I think that could be easily incorporated into that one process so that you can meet that need.
Yeah, so maybe we don't have to solve that tonight, I guess. Thank you guys for helping
We're gonna have to
me,
solve it eventually, we can't
trying
just,
to help me feel better. So maybe the admin team can brainstorm on what is the best way to.
We certainly seek to be as transparent as possible in any surveys and are willing to commit to any and all surveys being linked on the webpage for any concerned parent to be able to have access to. Our intent is to be able to get data to be certain that we are allocating resources and strategies to provide the shared board priorities and district strategies on how to do that. And so anytime we get into this opt-in and opt-out question, then the slope gets very slippery on where does that then start and stop. So I had 12 students in here after the protest earlier this week, and we didn't really ask them very many questions at all. But I didn't ask any parents if those 12 students wanted to come in and talk to the superintendent. I asked the students if they'd like to have a conversation with myself and Tamara and Deborah about their concerns. I don't know if parents would want their students to have a one-on-one conversation with the superintendent. The relationship that we believe all of our employees of the district are engaged in is one of the rightful intent. That was all meant to get the data to understand the needs of our students, not to position anything in a way to be used another way. So there's an inherent trust piece that I think is really at the center of the conversation.
Yeah.
Is do we trust that the district is asking questions for the empowerment and the betterment of the opportunity for the student, or do we feel as if we are crossing a line? And I think the answer is in the transparency of what those questions are. And we will get to some other surveys here that I know that we're gonna now get stickier. And we're gonna say, we're not really sure as a board that we think that those are the questions that should generally be within the hands of administration or classroom supervision to be able to ask. But I think generally, we have to default to the side of parents put their kids on a bus or drop them off in front of a school and relinquish trust that we are doing them a solid during the day. That's what we build upon.
and there's not,
And
the climate's
the
not quite
problem
there.
becomes, the concern is, do all community members or parents have that inherent trust
No.
in the school district?
And do they so my issue is, do they realize we are even asking that when you enroll our kid, it means when you enroll your kid, it means we're gonna be asking you questions, giving these surveys. So, whether it's when you register and they're notified then, you click a button like, hey, I accept that my student will be given a survey about climate and culture, or like Director Ott's ideas that she said. I mean, I'll just, you guys have heard my concerns, so you all can report back with some ideas on how we can better, how we can smooth this out, that we're assuming consent. And so, thank you.
Okay, so,
Now, I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself, but surveys, this seems very professionally driven research project, study, blah, blah, blah. But what about just out the cuff survey from a biology teacher asking kids, go to monkey survey and asking questions? Are we gonna cover that?
Like a survey monkey type of question that
You know,
a classroom teacher
They might wanna
could be
create
putting
them.
out.
How deep do we get?
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, we talked about this before. How deep do we get? If there is a survey about preference of lunch items or color of the Skittles, do we want to, those are generic questions that
Right.
teachers, you know.
And I've seen teachers create a survey monkey for whatever topic, and I understand them. And if it's okay, if it's, the intent is for education, well, let's face it, education, well, now, not just education, it's everybody's philosophy, indoctrination, everything's coming all getting in there. And that's why I'm trying to get it out, so it's just focus on education, but it's not like that. You know, we have a lot of stuff going on that, you know, over half, or at least half of the community doesn't agree with that's going on in our district right now.
Yeah, so I think right now we're on, the policy is titled what, research from, what's the name? So from a research perspective, we have a clear policy and we have a clearinghouse. And I think that generally speaking, we all agree that we have the right leaders within the system to be highlighting concerns of what we should and shouldn't do. I think to Director Loma's question, which is also on the topic, not for this evening, but has been on board agenda, we're talking now about staff conduct, about where it is that we trust staff and how it is that we interact. That
Correct.
policy is also under consideration. But I think from a research perspective,
Yeah, I like this, I think the data is important, I get it. Somehow if we can incorporate that in the beginning, I don't know how we can, it'd be difficult. If we can't get the survey, then we just can't do it, it's not worth it. So we have to balance that. I'm okay with this survey.
Yep.
But I'm not okay with any survey,
Well,
just any.
Let's get to the next survey, which is going to be the Panorama survey and Healthy Kids survey. I don't know which order you want to go in.
can you share the link? Because everybody will want to see it.
Yes,
And
I'm
then,
gonna tell Melissa how to get there because it is actually in the slides that I submitted.
great.
So if you go to the link for Panorama, I think it's on the third slide. It actually takes you to the questions page, but I'm gonna show you how to get to another piece. So while she's doing that, the Panorama survey really does take it to that individual student level. And you can also see school and district-wide data from it. And this measures competencies really about how students are feeling about their own ability to manage their emotions, to be engaged with their schoolwork, to manage their schoolwork, so those things that most directly tie to achievement, behavior, and attendance are the things that we highlight in this report so that you can see the sort of data that we get. And when we have this at the individual student level, then we can provide support and any interventions a student might need. So if we see that, we have a group of students who feel like they are not doing well with their self-management skills, then this provides some tools for a classroom teacher, like if they notice their class is scoring lower in this area, okay, how can we address these things? Do we need to teach some organizational skills, and they have tools for that. So in that column, there's the link that takes you to the page that has the questions, but then there's a link from there that takes you to some of the results. So if you go to the left where it says analyzing or leveraging results, something like that, yep. And then there's a link there to some of the results that we got from this fall administration and from previous administration. So go to slide 14. And this is where we start seeing some of the insights that we're getting from this data. One of the things to keep in mind is we have been giving this survey with elementary schools for a few years now. We've been adding elementary schools as the years go on. But for high school, we just added, are you on page 14?
Oh, sorry.
For high schools, we just added those this year, and so that data is a little bit different. So this one is on particular emotion regulation. And one of the things we noticed with a lot of these different data points you're gonna see, we saw a slight decline over the pandemic, and then we're starting to see an uptick here. With the one that I think is really helpful to look at is engagement, actually the next slide. We'll see here that it's coming back around with our elementary and our middle school grades. In fact, engagement was one of the highest increases with our middle school students, feeling like they are engaged more with their work this fall. And you'll see that that is not the case for grades 9 through 12. And so what do we need to do to address that? And so it helps schools with planning so that they can increase achievement and attendance, which are tied to these competencies.
So I want to pause there for a second because I'll insert a vignette. I had Student Advisory Council and I was trying to dovetail on the District 20 student voice work on changing high school start times, which came up and then faltered, and now they're going to do a town hall on it. And District 20 is caught up in this whole thing of when's the right time for high school. And I was super excited that somebody else was leading the charge, and I was like, oh, we can totally dovetail on this. And I'm obviously leading that I think that we should address high school start times. So I asked, there's about 30 or 40 kids that come there from each one of the high schools. And I said, so how do you all feel about what's going on in District 20? How do you feel about high school start time? Do you want to start high school later in the morning? And they all said, as long as we still get out early, we don't care what time we go. And I realized that my understanding of where our high school kids are in their experience is completely misinformed. I'm asking them, is their learning going to be better if we start at 9:15 instead of 7:35? And they're saying, I don't even want to be here. Now, maybe I could make them want to be here by starting it at 9. But what Panorama gives us is very high-level trend information for us to see, is it just my instinct that I walk into a certain high school and I see kids just kind of zombieing their way around? No, I have data that children are informing us through a survey that says we are on a steady decline in high school. Now, we got our bounce back up in elementary school and even in middle school, but also look at the number. The number in middle school isn't anything to brag about. And we also know that we lose kids, we see them fall off of owning their own educational journey. And if you remember the word engagement, it's one of the things that's core to our best first instruction. We have purposeful planning for learning, we have rigor, and we have engagement. We're measuring the teachers on whether or not they're engaging kids, and kids are telling us that either teachers aren't engaging them or they're not engaging back. So, and we will have a conversation about questions and who has the right to it, but information like this is just a huge trend setter for the district to be able to say why you heard a couple of weeks ago some high school redesign, and why you'll hear again tonight in the second briefing more specific high school redesign. Because right now, only a quarter of our high school kids are feeling like they're engaged in the most critical years as they get ready to step into adulthood. That's work that we all have to rack and stack in the parties. Can we get that information another way? Maybe, maybe not. But I just want folks to see that when we look at this, you'll see, and these numbers are consistent all the way through, our high schoolers are not feeling well about their educational experience.
And you'll see some of that continued in insight number 5, the sense of belonging. And this is one that's highly correlated with attendance. And it's like looking at, and remember with the grades 9 through 12, in the previous years, we only had a few hundred participants, but this fall we had a few thousand. So there's a big difference in the data set there, so it's not necessarily a real fair comparison. At the same time, that number is alarming. Like, a number of our students are feeling like they are not belonging at their schools. So what strategies do we need to implement to address that? And then one that's next, the teacher-student relationships. We saw even Holmes, when they were sharing their spotlight, how they noticed this was an issue at their school. And so when they made their plan to turn things around, this was one of the things that they looked at and said, okay, we need to address this. Were you gonna say something?
No,
Sorry.
thank you.
Okay.
I
All
love
right.
to follow you, by the way. Great setup.
So that's just a few examples of some of the competencies that we get from Panorama. And then, like I said, since we do have that student level data, we can engage with those students who maybe are feeling the most like they're not belonging at their school. Okay, well, what's happening, and how do we make this a place where you feel like you belong and want to be here, and increase those attendance rates? So, thank you, Tamara. Right on cue. Going back to the slides, if you want to go to the second slide, in the how it's used column, you had asked about funding for some of these things. So Panorama is the survey that we decided to use as part of the 2017 mill levy. The PIP that I am the owner of is about student well-being. And so part of that was the community voted to make sure that we had funds to increase mental health supports and health supports for students, it's all health, in our district. So we increased school counselors in our district. And so this instrument really helps us to see, well, how are our students doing? And what other things are we missing that we might need to support them with? And celebrating what we're doing well when we see those upward trends in data. Another thing that came through in this last administration is we saw hope is another measure that is part of the survey. We saw a slight decline in that across all of the grade levels. We're seeing a return in that. So students are being more hopeful about their future, and we know that part of that is the mental health supports that they're getting. The other, on the last slide, I guess it is, you can see more answers to some of the questions that I've heard come up over the last few board meetings. And so you can see how many students are taking the survey. I didn't put the percentage, but the percentage is 77% response rate for students, which I think is really good because this is our first year going district-wide. And so this has been something that a lot of schools will look at when they're having their one plan reviews and saying, okay, we see this data point, what might be impacting that? And this is a survey that can help them with evaluating that. So
you want
a
to stop there?
pause there, yes.
Again, the last time this survey was conducted was in the fall of 2022.
Right.
Were parents informed that this survey was being conducted?
Yes. Mhm.
And parents had an opportunity to opt out.
Right.
And this happened throughout the school district for all schools.
That is my understanding, yes.
And
Unless I missed an email, I was not informed.
Okay.
So, and that's possible that I missed an email, but I'm under the impression that parents weren't informed.
Okay.
and I don't remember getting one as a parent.
I can confirm like how that information was sent out by schools and because this is one of the things actually we are partnering now with Education Insights more since it has gone district-wide. Since it was a rollout over the last 5 years, it was school by school. Not all schools were doing it. And so schools were sending out individual letters by school. And so we are gonna have a district-wide systematic information that's gonna go out, but I can get back to you if you'd like to know.
Okay.
When did this begin? When did Panorama, this survey, what was its birthday?
In this district, it started 5 years ago.
And before, and is it, when was it conceived? Not just in this district.
I'm not sure, but I could find out. I'm not sure when it was developed.
And it looks like it started here when the 2017 MLO passed. Soon after that,
Right.
they wanted, do we purchase, or do we have a cost associated with this Panorama survey?
Yes,
Do
there,
you know what the cost is?
It depends on how many students we're surveying, but this last year it was about $45,000. And so every year we get an estimate, and the MLO funds have been used. And part of this is to, I think, some accountability piece for, we have these extra supports. So we want to make sure that they are having an impact. And if we have areas that we need to work on, we need a way to identify those too.
So it started in 2017.
2014 was the very first.
Very first year, no,
Oh,
it started
okay.
here probably in 2018.
Okay, but,
Right.
so we've had data, we really don't know if it's helped us. No, it hasn't helped us. But what we're doing, the data that we've accumulated to this point, and maybe we have the pandemic excuse again, but if we start in 2017, we haven't learned nothing because this district has not gotten better. So then I got a question, okay, we had this survey going, then what is the value? Okay, and $45,000 in our budget is not a lot of money at all. But if there is no outcome, let's go play basketball. It's like,
Well, outcomes is certainly on us, and we are very proud of the strategies and excited that we believe that we're using the data this year. I will not opine on what happened in years prior, but to not have the data to inform whether or not there was an outcome is kind of a throwing our hands up perspective. And so, I feel strongly that we need some measure of how our students feel about the experience. Our students are the ultimate customer that we serve. They are just not normally in a position to actually express their voice. And for many of them, their families are their expression. There is a very clear connection between the family and the student, of which we do not mean to be superseding or upending. But if we have tools, of which again, we want them to be transparent and voted by policy decision by the board, but we have to be collecting very directly, though those charts aren't up there anymore, the direction that our students feel that their experience is going. They are the ultimate benefactors of the commitment of this board and the staff. They're the ones who become the products after 12th grade to join our workforce development locally, globally, however. So I would hate to see us make a decision that says, because we haven't fixed it, we don't want to measure it anymore.
Yeah, and you also have to.
and I agree with you, I don't have a problem with it, but I'm just saying, there's gotta be, give me some value, and I'm hoping there will. But my kids, my grandbaby, I raised my kids, all of them hated school. And if I didn't threaten their lives half the time, they wouldn't go. So if I go by their feelings and try to measure their feelings, it's not gonna give me an accurate picture of what's good for them. You're gonna find out their feelings. I used to threaten my son to get on his piano for lessons, and now he thanks me because he's a pianist. I do the same with my grandbaby. You need to go study your math. If you don't, you might not make it to your next birthday. And she does it, right? So to go with their feelings is, to me, is a very, very, that's a tenuous wire to be walking on.
And I wouldn't say we are completely reversing district strategy because the 10th grader says they don't approve of ideas about uncommon block scheduling. No, but we do want to hear from students what is and what is not working for them to help us inform. I think that's just smart decision making.
But when I see that graph, I go, that's everybody I graduated with. We're all down there on the
Yeah,
bottom.
can you go back to the graph, just
Yeah.
because it's not flatlined? I mean, I want to be crystal clear that COVID has affected a generation in a way that many of us would understand because we are not that generation. And so we are seeing that we have high schoolers who were reporting on these same value sets via the same actual survey. Is that right, Valerie?
Yes.
Go to number 3, the engagement one, just because that's the one I opined on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Whichever one was engagement.
Yeah, that's right there.
Right there, number 2. We were in 2020 and before in the 30 and 40%, and now we're down into the 20%. So totally agree. And I have said this to high school students, and it's come back to me. I said, my job is not to make you happy today. My job is to make you prepared for tomorrow. 16 and 17-year-olds don't like when adults say that to them,
Yeah.
right? So we understand that, but we don't want to ignore the data and the trend. This is trend information for me. It says that whatever we're seeking to do, and not the whole team is here to be able to add on to this, but we're redefining high school into finding your excellence. We want options for kids, and we got the feedback from the board, not scrubbing US history, but we want our kids to be active in their experience. And if you remember all the way back to my Saturn V rocket of change management for the district, it's about a student in orbit around their own educational journey. When kids own their own journey, regardless of what pathway or track they're on, they are much more likely to complete it. We have a set of passivity that exists at high school right now, because this is where it happens. Elementary school kids they are much more likely to do what adults ask them to do. In high school, much of our counseling is just getting kids through graduation requirements and not engaging to understand, well, what is interesting for you? Dwayne is going to come up in here and talk in 5 minutes when we're done, so I'm trying to be predictive, in 5 minutes, and he's going to talk to you about the incredible CTE programming that we have in the district, yet the under-participation that we have in some of it, which isn't because the programming isn't awesome, it's because we don't have the mechanism right now to get kids into a space that says, well, what's interesting to you and how do we facilitate it? Going all the way back to the Common Block schedule. That's not about Common Block, that's about presenting an option that works for kids. How does it work for kids to have a modular way that they experience high school? So I was at a Rotarian thing today, and I was like, look, it didn't matter what you told me after I was 13 years old. I was going to fly airplanes. Nobody in my family had gone to college, but I was going to fly airplanes. And all I had were people along the way who told me I was never going to be able to do that. But I'm the outlier. I get it. We got kids that when they're told they can't do it, then they say they can't do it. And then they just passively go through the experience. This data right there says we can do better. And we are doing better. And we're excited to give you that brief going forward.
So I appreciate that clarity out there. What you're talking about is trend data. My question to you is, why is this survey not anonymous? Why are we gathering this student by student with names attached to it, especially if we are not informing parents about it, as what Director Nelson is talking about? Can we just make it an anonymous survey like what we did? What's the value in having a name associated with it? We are looking at trend information.
Yes, well, and I think there's more to it. I mean, because this was prepared for sharing out, whereas like when student level, student data, we're gonna keep private, right? And I wanna invite Sonia after I give my initial response, because she's been involved with this survey for longer than I have. But I will say that one of the ways the schools are using this then is if we have a group of students that has a competency that they're struggling with, then the teacher can address that directly, because the teacher does have the classroom level. And if the teacher sees that this class is struggling with whatever this skill is, then they can help the students build that skill in the classroom.
That, to me, that's dangerous. That to me,
Well, are you talking about
To
an
build
educational skill? I mean, because these ask questions about, are you hopeful for life?
There's a variety of questions, and
Yeah.
so I wanna,
but to his point, if the name's there, in the right hands, it's great. But let's face it, not everybody's got the right hand. And that's the problem.
okay. I wanna have Sonia also speak to this because she's been helping schools. She's our MTSS facilitator. And so when we're talking MTSS, we're talking about different interventions for kids that need extra support, so.
Hi, Board. Thank you for allowing me to come and chat with you. I think the power of this in as far as like the individual students is the opportunity for teachers and students, and this can be shared with parents as well, to see progress in their students and for students to understand even pieces like emotion regulation. Building those skills of handling my emotions, managing myself, are preparatory skills for engaging with peers, engaging with in groups, engaging with their academics. And so in order to really get a sense of where a student is excelling or challenged, just allows the teacher then to understand where their students are and find an appropriate intervention to help that student grow in that area.
I mean, I would somewhat relate it to, we see these as skills and competencies that directly impact achievement, behavior, how well students do in school. And it would be similar to giving a math test and making it anonymous. Well, how are you gonna help the student who, needs more skill building without identifying who that is?
Well, then is that information being shared with parents? From what I'm understanding, even the survey information, when it's being given to the students, is not being shared with the parents to let the parents know that a survey is being given. So are we following through with this and going student by student, inviting the parents over and saying, your student is struggling with emotional regulation, but engaging with the peers, they are doing okay. Do we go and do that parent by parent? Otherwise, why are we collecting this information?
Not in a systemized fashion. That can happen at the individual level. We are actually going to have training and happening in April and May and giving school strategies on how are we going to approach informing parents with results. And so I don't know if you have more to add to that piece, Sonia, but it's something that we are working on increasing, especially now that we are district-wide.
I'm a art teacher, and you give me this data, right, or whatever teacher. I got this data, and I find they have certain needs and certain feelings. I do not have confidence that an art teacher or PE teacher or any teacher is in the proper position. They're in a position of authority, but they're not behaviorists, they're not counselors. I think you're putting them way out of their league and giving them a responsibility that the average art teacher, PE teacher is not capable and shouldn't be asked to do. That's just way beyond their skill set. And you're giving information that maybe the parent don't want you to know about it. And I really think you're at a very precarious line there, because unless you can tell me every teacher here can handle those behavior issues.
It probably depends on the competency, and there's always support for that. Each, part of the MLO is having those increased staffing to help with the support of this. And not every teacher has access to every student. And Sonny can probably provide some clarity on this.
There's a lot of variables, so that there's just so much room for not intentional, but misuse.
And a lot of these skills are actually tied to the lessons that are being taught by teachers in elementary and middle school. High school's working a little differently, but so it's not that it's necessarily outside of their scope. When it gets to a level where we need tier 2 or tier 3 intervention, that's definitely when they're calling in the experts and the mental health providers in the school. But when it's just like, this is our classroom.
The parent should be involved immediately.
I wish parents were involved at the level that we're talking about on any topic.
Yeah.
The greatest challenge we have in our public school system right now is the dissolving of the nuclear family, however it's defined. So I'll give that as broad as you want. We don't have families engaged in our students' education. It happens all the time. And so we just have to be really careful. If we keep making, and I'm all about parents having the rights that they need to ensure that their children are getting the access or limiting access to things that they don't want. But this idea of defaulting that we can make a policy that is now going to make non-active parents active is just going to have us even further disengaged from the families that I can't get to, we can't get to, 1,800 of our teachers can't get to. Go to any, I know many of you have been in classrooms for Read Across America. It's very easy to see who's being read to at night. They are the strongest readers in elementary school. There are children, when I go read, you give me a kindergarten or first grade, I'm reading the book. Can't wait. I'll do the voices, I'll get inflection, kids will be laughing. You put me in a third, fourth, or fifth grade, I'm gonna read the cover, the first page, and then I pass the book around. And then the kids do the reading in the classroom. And I can tell you probably with an 80% accuracy who scored where on the CMAS, just based upon their ability to read a passage from a Dr. Seuss book or an Eric Carlisle book or whatever it is. We need our families engaged. So let's build policies that bring families in and not push our opportunity to gather data away. We just want to, this is a really slippery slope for us right now. And we just have to remember that the people that we're not hearing from are the people that we're trying to get to. Most of the comments that we get for any of the things that end up on the news are all the people who are certain about how they feel about this one way or another. There's this giant mass of kids in the middle who need us to make decisions that allow the 1,800 teachers that we hire, where's Phoebe, with an incredibly thorough process, and we have great certification. We have the highest trained teachers in the city. Do we or do we not trust our teachers to do the work that we ask them to do? If we don't, at scale, I'm talking at scale, I unfortunately expel kids. We have disciplinary action against teachers all the time. These things happen. But when you look at the numbers, 1,800 teachers, 22,000 kids, if anything, we need more data. We need more data to inform the hyper-specific, limited resources we have to kids. We're 206 to 1 right now on mental health professionals per student. If I could get another $800,000, I'll knock it down to 150 or 160 to 1. That's a dent in what some children need. 3 of my children, all 3 of them have seen mental health professionals and still do. None of them have done it on the dime of the school.
Yeah.
They've all done it through my HMO. I'm a man of privilege on a second career. That's wonderful. What's our free and reduced lunch rate, 40, 45%? Somebody? Yep.
It's
right.
very close there.
Our families don't have access, which means, fortunately or unfortunately, for us to decide, they lean on the school for the solution. Having this type of information will get us the targets that I'm not worried if the art teacher can act upon that information. I believe the art teacher can go down the hallway to get to the behavioral specialist or at least the counselor that says, I got some issues here and the data supports it. Can you help me? That's how we work together as a team. That's the reinvention of public education, is how do we take the data? The resources are going to continue to be more and more limited. Peanut butter spread is a 4-letter word. We can't get everything to everybody. We got to get hyper-targeted, and data like this allows school leaders and classroom leaders and the professionals to be able to get the targeted solutions that we need.
And engage academically. I mean,
Right.
really, it's about supporting the engagement of students across the board. And we look at different levels of tiers for how we provide that support. And if you have a student that's at a very, at a high risk level, that is best practice. That's what we're doing, whether it's on a reading assessment or it's on the assessment that we're talking here. We're reaching out directly or making the effort to engage families. We can get more systematic about it, but in terms of overall, I do believe we do share large, big picture data, and we will verify that, but at conferences with parents, right? And if there are concerns, that's where we're bringing them out as well, if they're not at the highest level, right? And we don't need to make that immediate engagement.
So, and I'll come to you, Director Nelson. And I see your point, Superintendent Gall. Getting that trend data, getting that information for a classroom or a school and using something, okay, this school is struggling with engagement, I can see that. But what concerns me is that we have this information student by student now. Are we tracking it student by student, and are we doing something about it? For example, some of the questions are, how often do you follow directions in class? And if a student answers, not at all, I don't follow directions at all in the class, are we having that one-on-one conversation with the student at the teacher level or at the counselor level? How often do you keep your temper under control? And the student says, I suck at it. I don't keep my temperature. I throw up a tantrum. Are we then having a one-on-one conversation with that student based on this survey on a one-on-one basis? Or is it like the trend data that you want for a class and a school that's helpful to put in a program like Random Act of Kindness in that school? this school is struggling with this, then we need a random act of kindness. If we are having that one-on-one conversation, we are already struggling to teach reading, writing, and math to our students. Now we are going to be engaging into keeping their temper under control and following directions in the class on a one-on-one level with each student. If that's happening, then great. I hope that that's happening. I just don't know if that's happening at that level. If it is not, why do we need that student by student data? I'll leave it at that. Okay.
If I could just say one thing to that, I think the point that you bring up is really important. Are we using the data? Are we using it student by student? And what I would say is yes, when we need to. If a student responds to some of the questions you're saying, but we're looking at a body of evidence. How are they acting in class? Is it impacting their academic achievement? Those sorts of things. We may not do anything to it. We might monitor it, right? And see if we actually start to see academics go down, conflicts in the classroom, behavior data go up that we see in Infinite Campus that we're collecting, behavior incidents. It's an important part of overall data, but it's not necessarily we're gonna act on every question. We're gonna look at the child's overall and interact as necessary.
But that's happening right now at the school level. You're talking about one counselor in a 350 elementary school, 350. So this one counselor is looking at data by data, student by student, this panorama survey.
I think it's more to what Tamara said. It's when the need, when that need arises and you're looking at a body of evidence. And so I think the questions you brought up are actually really good examples though of how a student may not be able to access learning. If they are stuck in the fight, flight, freeze because they're dysregulated, because they're angry, like the question that you presented, how much learning is really happening? Probably not a lot. So let's teach them a few skills on how to get more emotionally regulated so they can access the learning part of their brain and increase that achievement.
And we can target, like to your example, we can target if we see trends within grade levels, in a particular classroom, random acts of kindness, particular units within that are very specific to the needs within that group of kids.
My concern still remains, and I'll turn it over to Director Nelson here. Can we just gather that data as a trend for a classroom? Because over and over again, we talk about we don't want to go to the micro level, identifying student by student, especially when these surveys have been given so far without any parent involvement in there, in the sense that parents haven't been informed that the survey is even taking place. Or then we got to gather this information and send this information parent by parent to, just like we send a report card, this is what we gathered by student. Here's how Tommy is doing in this area, give it to the parents as a collective thing. So then Tommy's parents can do something about it if he's got an anger problem. So.
But I think it comes back to parents just through the normal way teachers communicate with parents. I can't imagine we're ever gonna get to the time for a teacher to be able to add in a panorama survey question response in a parent-teacher conference. A student who is not engaged across 8 different data points. This is just one way that we collect it to be able to use it. It would be great if I had the algorithm and the teachers that had that amount of time to be able to say, and by the way, I saw the same thing supported by Panorama. It just shows up in, what do we say, behavior, achievement, and attendance, right? And those are so correlated to our board priorities. You can't learn if you're not in school, you can't learn if you're asleep at the back of the table, and you can't learn if you didn't get the content from last year, right? And so this is,
Which
Well,
is
and I'm not
directly
so concerned
connected
with-
to our on track to graduate,
Right.
which we'll, like you were saying earlier,
Well, when I think about, I'm not worried about the teacher having to have a conference. I'm just worried, I would like to have the parent be given the same information the teacher has. Whether they talk about it, because that's impossible. But that at least give us an argument and say, well, our due diligence was we provided the information to the parent. If they read it, which most of them won't, but there will be some informed that will. And I think those that are informed that will do it will help keep everybody else honest. The information is not going to anybody, then whoever has the information can do whatever they want with it. And let's face it, bureaucracies have a unique way of just deteriorating after time. They don't get better. It's like my closet. I just cleaned it yesterday. Guess what? In a week, I have to do it again. And it just always deteriorates.
And we
Derek
can
and
do
Nelson.
that. We are definitely putting some plans in place, so, yes.
Derek and Nelson.
So I have a list of questions here. I am also struggling with the idea of giving this survey because for the example of how often do you keep your temper under control, a teacher's gonna know if a student has an issue with that. They're gonna see the conflict in the classroom. Do we really need a survey to tell the teacher that that student is having trouble? And then I'll follow with, some of this sounds like it overlaps with the 5E when we're talking about engagement and student-teacher relationships. That sounds similar to how ambitious is the instruction and how supportive is the environment. So I'm just wondering, I guess, are we looking for some information that we're already getting in the 5E? I'll let you answer those.
Can you respond, or Sonia, on the 5 things that we're measuring and how they relate? I mean, these are specific attributes that we believe learners need in order to be prepared for learning. And so I would love to hear, and then also make the connection between, the district has been very clear that SEL should not be standalone programming. It needs to be programming that connects and enables academic achievement. And so when I arrived and I talked to the members of this team and previous members of this team, I said, SEL isn't dead in District 11. We just need a suffix to the end of the sentence. We don't just measure it for the sake of measuring it. We measure it to inform the preparation for learning. If a child doesn't have strong skill sets in these 5 attributes, there is no reading, writing, and arithmetic. It's the chair through the window at an elementary school that happened this week, right? So we cannot put our heads in the sand to say that our children are not struggling with real issues on how it is that they are preparing in the learning environment. We can have a big conversation where it comes from. I already gave you my breakdown of the nuclear family. I can't solve it all alone, and I certainly can't solve it if I don't have a couple of high-level indicators that say these are things that we need to work on. Anybody? There's an NPR story on the conflict phone. It's probably 10 years old now, where they put phones in classrooms in early education, and kids call a play phone to nowhere to just say, John hurt my feelings today at lunch because he didn't share his chocolate milk with me. And then the kid hangs up the phone. And NPR did it and they recorded it. There's no adult on the other end of it. Nobody sits on it, but kids were learning ways to express themselves and resolve conflicts without having to have this massive amount of structure and 17 more FTE into it. This information gives us the indication of what's working and what's not working.
Can I just really, before you guys answer, I want to be clear, we're not saying that these things aren't important. You absolutely have to be able to control your temper or, the SEL characteristics. You're not going to learn if you don't have your emotions under control. I'm not saying that. It's more of, do we need a survey to tell us when there's an issue with the child, where we already are doing a survey that some of it is overlapping. So maybe the question to answer would be, why do we need this survey when we already have a 5E survey? And then I have more questions, but you can answer that first.
Well, and I have one more. But one last one right now to the next one. Okay, we're doing this. 2 years, 4 years down the road, nothing's changed. Do we stop it?
It's all associated to some end outcomes. What are we?
If there's no end, okay.
Right, yeah, and that's where we hold Superintendent Gall accountable.
So my point is, okay, let's say, okay, we're gonna do it. But in 2 years, I need to see something directly related to this survey that says everything that you said is true, which I believe, but it proved itself. If it didn't, do we kill it? Are you okay with that?
I would be certainly willing to have that conversation. Can we, like, I would love for us to come back maybe over email. Can we break this down by school? Do we have this by school? Like, I'd love to see,
You know this by student, it seems like.
okay, right, but I would love to see, because you could argue if it's leading or lagging as an indicator.
Yeah.
But I'd love for us to be able to see where are our high school students in our high schools that have shown growth and achievement and or higher attendance. And those are the three things that we said that we use this to measure for, and then use the anecdotes to see, particularly if it's changed over time, that we have seen improvement over time, and see the corollary between the two of those.
Yeah, we are measuring all this so we can provide the supports and resources our students need to better engage, self-efficacy, all the things that we are there. So we got to, at the end of it, 2 years, a year from now, figure out if the supports and resources are achieving the desired result and the trend is moving in the right direction. If it's not, if it's just like going like this, with or without it, it's going to go like that, I think.
See, 2009, they came in with new math, I forget the name of it, lemon math. They came, and this is a new, the grade's gonna change, and then the next year they had new kind of English coming. I'm talking 2009, 2010, and we're gonna have all this stuff, and here I am, and nothing's changed. And everybody else is kind of happy that all passed, and then they come every 4 or 5 years, you get a whole new program that's the next best thing, right? Everybody's gonna become Albert Einstein, and they sell it, we pay $800,000 to run it through the process, and it runs through, the people that brought it in retired and made a little sum on the side on the way out the door, and nothing happens, and here we are. So, boom, and nobody ever said, well, in 2 years, if it doesn't work, give me some of that money back. No, it's all just like deja vu all over again.
Okay.
It's always the same
Go
thing.
ahead, let's, Director Nelson finish your
So,
question.
are the questions that are on the website the actual questions that are given to students?
Yeah, the samples that you see there are the actual samples of the.
Are there other questions also that aren't here? Okay,
No,
when I
that's
read it as demo survey, to me, it's like, this is just an example of what it might look like and not, this is the survey. So I just wanted clarity on that.
Yeah.
Is it that there's like a bank of questions that we can pick from as a district, or are these the questions that are provided? Or can we choose which questions we wanna give students?
They're tied to certain competencies, and so it's not like one by one, but there's certain competencies we can choose. And we selected the ones that we knew were most impactful with those achievement, attendance, behavior, and so the ones that we knew we wanted information on. And so I don't know if we want to go back to the first question you had or not, but
Sure, I just was like, well, I don't know if we're gonna get that answer.
I didn't want you to feel
Yeah.
like you were feeling that. One of the things that Sonia actually did earlier in the year too was to look at the different surveys that are being administered and do a more thorough comparison than what I prepared for you here. And so I'd like for you to speak if just, some high-level bullet points of between 5 essentials and panorama, like why would we do both of those? Or why would we do panorama when we have 5 essentials?
Right.
And y'all can help me too, but I mean, I think 5 essentials is more like, the outcomes are more like, it's high level aggregated data for school improvement pieces. And panorama, because it is tracked student by student, you can really then put a needed intervention in place for a student. For example, if we find in the 5 essentials that we're lacking that we have a challenge and we want to address it, it's really much more difficult to address it specifically, either grade level or, you can speak to that more, Dr. Pelican. So I think that there is a benefit to that student level piece. And they are different. They're different they're similar but different in what they're addressing. So for instance, the panorama survey really helps a student identify their own competencies, where the panorama, I'm sorry, the 5 essentials might be more about environmental pieces and that kind of thing. So more about their environment and how they fit into it versus the things that are personal to them.
Right.
If
That
helps,
is
I'm
one
sorry.
thing that I really, no, it does, and that is one thing that I really noticed was a difference between the two, is the panorama seems so much more personal. And so I'm gonna say it again, this, in my opinion, needs to be an opt-in, that we need to get consent from parents because of that, especially now that I know it's not anonymous. So I'll just put that out there for the rest of the board to consider. But when you say that we pick the questions based on the competencies, is that the competencies of engagement and teacher relation and all of that?
Yeah.
Okay, just getting clarity on that. I have my question. So when, we kind of touched on this earlier, but when a child says the question about how hopeful do you feel about life, and they answer not at all, are the parents pulled in then to the, like, hey, your child, we're concerned about the way they answered this? Because at the top of the survey it says only your teachers and school leaders will be able to see your responses. So that to me implies you're trying to tell students that they don't need to be afraid to answer if maybe their parents wouldn't. That just implies something there. And so I want to just, my most important question is, if they're answering, I don't feel hopeful at all about life, and I'm sure you've had that, I'm sure you've seen that in 5 years of doing this survey, have parents been pulled in and said, we're concerned about your child?
To be honest, I don't know that they are looking at that one question and pulling that group and immediately sending a notice to parents. But that's definitely part of what we are going to be working on when we come to the survey results training this spring. And so, and then your point is well taken about who can see the responses. We can work with Panorama on how do we need to change this language, because we do want parents to be informed for them to have access to the results. And so I think those are things that we definitely can look at how we're addressing and including them.
Okay.
I do want to come back to the opt-in thing too, though. Part of, I think this is a balance, because a lot of times, as was brought up before, when we have things where we need a parent response, we have some parents that are highly involved, some that are less involved, and we're gonna see probably fewer responses in that opt-in from parents who are less involved or families that aren't. And so then you're excluding a group who potentially maybe needs support, and we're not getting the information from them, we're not hearing their voice like we could. So I worry about who are we missing, who are our least served students who maybe don't have all the supports they need, and then now they're not given this opportunity to share their voice and really share how they're feeling.
I hear you. I worry about that we're collecting data on minors and assuming it's okay with the parents. So just the principle of the matter is where I'm, but I hear you.
Okay.
Hold on, I have, so this is one data point. I talked to one teacher, so take it for what it's worth. But she was concerned that the questions are like really high level for example, a third grader or fourth or fifth grade, the elementary, like they have 5 options for an answer and there's some like double negatives in there.
Yeah.
So that was partly my question of like, can we pick the questions? Can we edit these? Could we make it smiley face, frowny face, instead more user friendly? If we're gonna pursue this further and continue to implement it in future years, can we make it more user friendly or age appropriate, I guess?
Right. Sonia and I are smiling at each other because this is definitely a topic of discussion that's come across all users of Panorama, and I know that A lot of those survey administrations are teacher-led, so the teacher is explaining things. But Sonia, I don't know if you want to speak more to that, because you've been involved with that longer than I have.
I don't know that we would have the ability to change the format because of the research and, the national, the metrics of it. So I think that, we choose like the competency level, and even, I'm not sure that we can pick and choose the lowest level question that feeds into the competency
Okay.
aggregate because of the research aspect.
So then that leads
Any
me to,
question-
it's my turn.
To me, that means any
I'm
question.
impatient.
Let them finish.
That leads me to then, does Panorama have access to our data?
They, I would imagine they do, because they're the ones that are helping us to
Aggregating.
administer it. Yeah, and giving us our results report like we have here.
So-
And the names of the students as well?
We have,
So the general practice, again, kind of similar to Chicago Impact. There are only a very limited number, so it's not like the entire company or organization has access to it. It's a very limited number of psychometricians and statisticians that have it.
do we have an agreement where they don't sell the data, and so
Oh,
if you're a child who expresses some concern, you don't suddenly get a Facebook ad that says needing help on your
Right.
social emotional regulation? Click here,
That is absolutely correct. I mean,
which
I'm
is
just-
common practice
Common
across
practice.
the industry.
servers sequestered, encrypted, I mean, it's very, very,
I'm just thinking that that is a piece of information we definitely need to communicate to parents, that we're open and honest about that, and maybe we need to include that into the policy. I'm not sure if, we talk about risks, benefits, procedures, but also who else has access to data might be something we need to add in that policy.
And how the data is used.
Yes, that is in there, but I think, so then coming back to that financial component, you said it's paid for through the 2017 mill levy override. Do we have any grants or anything that are contingent upon us doing this kind of a survey? Just,
This survey in particular, no.
okay. Or any, would it be fair to say this is more of a social emotional learning survey versus like a climate and culture survey? What would you call this?
Yes, it is measuring those competencies.
So we don't have any grants or anything that are like saying you have to do a culture and climate survey or a social emotional survey in order for us to give you this grant money?
I think that there's, the have to is pretty rare. It's
Okay.
more like, what can you tell us so that you can show us how you're going to use these funds and what impact they're going to make.
Okay.
And so it's more that frame.
Okay. How much time does it take for a student to do this survey?
Sonia, do you want
It's
to?
about 20 to 30 minutes, depending on age and, their ability to read and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
So,
right. Yeah, I imagine.
the average is about 20 to 30 minutes.
So I was also told that each teacher also has to fill out a survey on each student. That seems like a lot that we're asking of teachers, like that it takes 2 to 3 minutes for each teacher to then fill out a survey on every student of like, do they have friends, or that was the example they gave. So I didn't know if that hadn't been shared yet, just letting you all know that that is something we're asking of our staff. Is there more that we're asking of them too, just so we are aware?
So it's not necessarily every teacher. Actually, I'll have, again, Sonia, I'm relying on you as the expert with some of this administration stuff.
So a roster is pulled and a student is attached to one of their teachers. In the elementary school, that's very easy. In the secondary schools, it's often an advisory teacher or just one particular teacher. There's just one particular teacher that is filling out about 5 to 6 questions per student in their classroom, and it takes about 2 to 3 minutes. I've heard that teachers can get their information completed for their students in about 60 minutes.
So and is that twice a year also, that the teacher portion happens? So twice a year, they're filling out around, 30 students per teacher?
Probably, yeah, it's probably.
And then again, this is anecdotal, one data point, but the teacher had not ever been given information about her students and like seeing results, like didn't know why we were doing the survey. So maybe just sharing that feedback.
Especially in first year full
Yeah.
district-wide implementation, that's really helpful.
Yeah.
And I think that is all of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, now,
Go ahead, Director Long.
segue from questions, because like if you came back to visit 3 years from now, how many teachers would be excited to see you? And these questions seem, okay. Then I ask, okay, but when asked, are these the actual questions, you go, no, the creator of the survey determines the type of question that'll go on there because they're the pros, right? So that tells me that they can ask anything they want. There's no limit. There's no limit put on these questions. If there's not a criteria, then there is no criteria, right? And so without that, they can ask anything. And you know, in this day and age of Chinese balloons flying over our country to get data can be used in a lot of different ways. And you know, we have superintendents who are hiding the scores of Asians so that other minorities can get in. We have this day and age where a lot of things are going on based on data. And so when you just have an open end, well, you can ask any question because we trust them. I don't trust them. Not at all. I don't know them. I don't have them over for barbecue. I don't trust them. So there has to be a parameter. Why? Any organization, there's room for corruption, even in D11. Oh, not here, yes. So there has to be firewalls. And if there's no firewall here, if they can ask any question, where's the protection?
There are firewalls. We're committing to publishing all questions, and we are recommending an opt-out policy. So if you do not trust the district, which has either gone through RFP or followed procurement policies in partnering with the company that owns Panorama, if you are so suspect and you want to read every question and you don't want your child to participate, we have a policy on the table that says opt out. We just believe that for the benefit and the movement in coherence and alignment with the board priorities and strategies, that we should not be spending hours and hours of time on assuming that everybody is out there to get data to flip the system on its head. I don't design CMAS, I don't design SAT, PSAT. I allow the board to look at every curriculum decision that we make. Every book that a child is going to be assigned to read, the Board of Education gets to vote on. I have no access to what kids do on the internet outside of school, right? And so we just have to collectively decide where do we want to spend our time and our energy. We have great momentum. I briefed all the principals today, and I said, nobody's come to the podium and asked me how many days until testing. It's 20 days until the testing window opens. It's 22 days until SAT and PSAT. We're not talking about our board priorities. We're talking about, do we or do we not trust Panorama? We're making the information available transparently. If parents don't want their children to take that, then please opt out. If you want this to be opt-in, then I have no ideas how many days there are until testing. Because now I gotta go build a whole system to get the parents who are gonna opt out anyway, the satisfaction that now that they've been covered. And then I'm gonna leave all those other kids out there, whether you think that's important information or not, we as the professionals who run the district believe this is important information for us to execute at the behalf of the board. We will exhaust ourselves on these conversations.
Okay, I hear you, and to keep the conversation moving and to move it to a higher level. So the question to you, Superintendent Gall, we need this information student by student?
Yes.
Okay, and then can we at least have an assurance, from my side at least, as a one board member, an assurance that this is going to be communicated to every single parent?
We will
And
make
they
this
will have an option
available
to-
on the webpage
Yep.
for
Well,
every
It's gotta
parent.
be more than that.
Where they,
I will send out a mass email, of which I still only get 75 to 80% of the parents who give me accurate information to communicate with them.
We can't
I
control
can-
that, but
Right, I can't.
I can own that.
Yeah.
I can own
As-
that communication.
Just like what we do with
Coming from
5
a
essentials.
centralized, where we lacked, was it not coming from a centralized location? So in our continued collaboration and partnership, it'll come from a centralized location. We'll talk about that. It will go out through Devra's networks.
As long, just similar to what you said, Dr. Kalaki, you would do for 5 essentials.
Exactly.
That is going to
That's
be
exactly right.
communicated to the parents and it's an opt-out, okay? And the last request that I would have is, since we are gathering this by student, is it possible then to inform the parents, this was the information that we gathered about Johnny. After we collect the report on Johnny and we have these questions about Johnny, which the teacher sees, you see it, the counselor sees it, the school sees it, let's communicate that to the parent and say, this is information on Johnny.
I think we would like to do that at the end of the year, wait till we get the
Sure.
end of the year data.
Sure, yeah, I mean, but it's been 5 years and not once has this information be given to a parent. In a systemic way, student by student, we have this information. Even though my child may not have any issues, I would like to see where she fell on that scale. At the beginning of the year, has her thing changed from 5th grade to 8th grade, whatever it is. Can we provide that information to the parents?
My understanding is that we can, and that's part of the training and the strategies that we're developing this spring. So yes, we can do
Great,
that.
great.
When does the spring version go out to students? We already did the fall, so when will students be getting this one now?
There's a window where schools have approximately 3 to 4 weeks where they can administer the survey. So it's gonna vary by school, whatever fits with their schedule. So we're opening it on March 20th and closing it around April 21st.
Okay.
And is it possible to make it an opt-in at that point if the rest of the board agrees?
Yeah, we'll
If
get
we
to
can
that.
do that?
Yeah,
I
we'll
mean,
get to that conversation. You heard what Superintendent Gall said, that if we are going to make it opt-in, then that takes him away from the testing and all the things that he needs to focus on, as opposed to designing right now an opt-in policy and having an FTE associated with that.
I hear you,
Yeah.
but we're already like doing this, and so it is part of the conversation. I mean, I
That-
would
that
rather be talking about
it's-
academics too.
It's the will of the board, and if that is the will of the board, when it comes in that policy LC, if that is how it's going to be defined, and the board approves the policy at that time, then that's the feedback that we are giving. This is the direction we are going in. We heard input from administration on this, where they stand on it. I made certain requests that we go at least beyond what we are going right now in communicating. If you want more checks and balances put into place, you can provide that feedback and see where the board lands on it, okay? And that's where it is, but what my feedback is, what we are doing right now is not enough. Okay, we should be doing a little bit more than what we are doing now when we are gathering this information, keeping parents informed. Now, Director Nelson is saying she wants even more than that. Now, Director Art could be saying something different, but that's where we collectively gather the information.
Let me
and figure it out.
echo, I agree with his sentiment. I'm gonna lean on what you're saying, if that's what you need, that's what you need. But what I need, that's all I need, not that every parent will read it, because they won't. But at least you're showing some sort of respect to the parent by giving them the information, whether they read it or not, they throw it in the trash, we can't stop that once it gets past our hands. But you at least have to give them respect, that this is what we've learned about your child. You hear, it's what we know, now you know what we know.
Yes.
And let it roll.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay with this being done for the last 5 years and the parents not even knowing. That's troublesome to me. That's it. And so, but I lean on the experts.
I think we're good with the
Okay.
exchange of, David will
And,
take this up and we will report back in May, and I love the
We have a
idea of it
mechanism
going back to
report out
parents.
as well.
Okay, let's
Because
move
it is a
on.
complete
We still
picture.
have that one more thing,
Yes.
which is the
That you-
Healthy Kids Survey.
Yes, Healthy Kids Colorado Survey. So this is one that is anonymous and participation is voluntary. And it's really administered by the state. And so it's, they do a random sample so that we're not giving this district-wide. It's just a few schools that are taking this one. And it does have the option for schools to opt in if it's information that they are interested in. So this is one that is very different than the discussion we've just been having. And we don't actually have the questions yet that they are thinking for this next administration. It only happens every other year. We have had the opt-out option, and I just found out from a couple of our schools that participated last year. One school had a couple of opt-outs, and another school had 77 opt-outs, which was a high school, so much bigger school. The other one was a middle school. I do want to clarify that I think in one of the board meetings there may have been a discussion about participation and usable results, and we did have enough schools participate to have valid results this last administration. And again, I gave you examples of a few numbers of the number of parents that opted out. So we had some parents opt out, but it didn't interfere with the validity or the results that we got from the state. And this one is definitely more of a systems, like how is our state gonna funnel resources? How are they informing? You'll see how it's used in that column. It has a different purpose. Some of the schools that did participate, they say, you know, again, it's anonymous, but they can talk about, hey, we see that middle school students are thinking, you know, some of the questions are about, you know, have they thought about suicide? We know that this percentage of students are thinking about that. Let's talk about that. And so it does lead to some like beneficial conversations that really help impact student health and wellness. But again, very different purpose, very different survey, anonymous and voluntary, and just a small group of participants.
Which are the 6 schools that participated the last time?
The 6 schools were, actually I have it right here.
I have one question for you before.
Do you wanna ask that while I
Yeah,
find the
just
6 schools?
in general, on all of the surveys, what would you say is like the number, the percentage that we know students are just throwing away the answers? Like they're just clicking, you know, they don't care about doing it, and they don't, what percent do we know, and do we factor that in, that the survey is invalid?
So on both Panorama and 5E, they go through a checking process. So there's an algorithm that can predict
Oh, wow.
who.
So all
who's going.
surveys are done that way now. So when people tell you that kids are Christmas treeing things,
Yeah.
everybody has software that searches for that
filters
now.
that out.
And
Star
it doesn't
does
mean that there isn't a child who is intentionally tanking a survey or a test. But those numbers are so small that they wash out in the data.
Okay.
And again,
Star has the same.
Oh, okay.
when you overlay all these things, whether we're talking about the individual school, the school itself or the individual student, we have multiple data points that point to the same problem set.
Right.
We have a student that's not engaged in out learning. We have a school that has not completely wrapped itself around how to educate children. All those data points point that. The anomalies, the outliers are very easy to point out, and they get cleaned up by the data companies themselves.
So we feel like our data is very reliable, I guess is the ultimate.
Very reliable.
Fortunately and unfortunately.
Right.
Very reliable, and to your point, it triangulates nearly perfectly across multiple data sets.
The schools that participated, we had 4 high schools,
Go ahead,
Coronado,
David. You need to go.
Eastlake, Palmer, and Bijou, and 2 middle schools, Swigert and West.
So those schools were picked, or
There was a mixture. Some were selected for random participation and some opted in.
but do the school principals have an option if they say, this is not information I need, they can opt out?
Right,
And principals are aware of that?
yes, the participation is voluntary.
And then parents are also informed about it before the survey is given to the students and they can opt out? Go ahead, do you have questions on?
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, again, this has to be an opt-in if we're gonna continue to give this survey. I'm not sure, I know it's done by the state, the Colorado Department of Public Health, so I'm not sure how much it really helps us as a district, so I don't think that we should be taking time with giving this survey. And I have serious concerns about the questions that it asks. I mean, I'm gonna read a few here, and if there are students watching, just be warned that these are questions I wouldn't want to ask of minors without parents' permission. So I'll just put that out there. During the last 30 days, how did you use marijuana? I did not use it. I smoked it. I ate it in an edible, candy, tincture, or other food. I used a vaporizer. I dabbed it. I used it in some other way. Another question. Did you drink alcohol or use drugs before you had sexual intercourse the last time? Another question. If you wanted to get a drug like cocaine, LSD, also called acid, amphetamines, or any other drug, how easy would it be for you to get some? So to me, I don't see why we would be giving this to our students and educating them on some of these topics. I mean, I had to ask somebody what a tincture is. I didn't know. So I just don't understand why we would be presenting this to minors.
Yeah,
I'll
those
leave it at
questions
that.
are a little, to me, I don't see the value to them. I don't. You're getting, you know, even if they answer yes, what are you gonna do about it?
Right.
Nothing. They're not gonna do anything about it.
And it's an anonymous survey. Go ahead.
But at the same time, we know that, say at a school, we may see that a school, one over the other, may have students who say, I can get marijuana, no problem. I know right where to go for cocaine. We would know to focus maybe some drug education awareness there. And that is part of the value of having the answers. Kids know this or they don't. Our asking them isn't going to change necessarily their behavior. It might change their awareness. I might say, like you, what's a tincture? I'm gonna go look it up. Okay, it doesn't mean I'm gonna go out and try it. It's awareness, and I don't know if you all read the letter that came to us from someone involved in the healthcare field talking about the benefits of using these survey data, to use her words, used to identify emerging health threats as well as areas of improvement. It's frequently used by organizations serving youth to guide their programs to meet the challenges identified by students. And we can talk all day about what we think is going on in our kids' lives, but they know it best. And so maybe one of you could speak to the value we as a district might find. And you've been asking very a good question about grants and things like that, how this might impact our own funding, if we can use that data too for additional funding, and the benefit to the overall community. Because again, if you don't have this data from your students, their voices, you're kind of ignoring the problems that they may face.
Okay, so to capture it, we did this data in 6 schools in 2021, fall of 2021. Okay.
Can they answer the question before you?
And
summarize?
that is exactly the same question I'm framing right now.
Well, I thought
How-
I framed it pretty well, but okay.
Okay, how are we using that data? How are we using that data? And did that inform us about anything? Was that shared with the schools itself? It certainly didn't come in front of the board. We haven't had that information. How are we using it?
So as far as coming in front of the board, definitely Healthy Kids has offered to do that, and if you would like to do that, we're happy to do that. The schools, yes, have their data, and I gave the one like small anecdotal example of how a school is using it and guiding some beneficial conversations with students about their health and well-being. I think honestly, this one is probably the most value is really at that overall level when we look at how different organizations, whether it's at the state level, the regional level, or the local level, how they can best support students. Like if we don't really have this information, then it does feel somewhat like we're putting, then we're uninformed. And we don't necessarily know where we should be spending our time and resources, and how certain things may be a bigger problem than we realize, or so
So can you give me an example?
The short answer is this isn't our data. We support this on behalf of the request of the state.
Okay.
It's random, it's sampled, it's not all kids, it's not all schools. There are great benefits for the state to be able to have these random samples to look at. We just had a ballot item on legalizing marijuana sale within the city limits. This is the type of place where you would get this type of data that they could provide, whether you're for it or against it. The data is available to us and beneficial to us, but it is not ours. And so it's not data that we say, Darren at Coronado, I saw your Healthy Kids data and I think you have a drug problem. I
Okay.
believe there's a drug problem at a high school. I get that by the number of hits that happen from security, all those other things that happen there. So it is valuable data. This is data that we like to have access to across the state for us to see the trends of our students. Our students' lives are so far disconnected from what our adults believe our students' lives are. That's just the statement of the year. For me, even as a parent, I hear my own adult children tell me about their experiences in very high-performing school districts and the things that they had access to. I don't know if the data changes what that experience was. I believe I gave them the skills to navigate and make the right choices. I don't know if they're really different than they were when we were kids. I just think they're amplified. And I think things are easier to get a hold of. Everything is just, I would tell you that I think our children have tremendous amounts of pressures on them that they have a difficult time navigating. And while I appreciate the read down of the specific questions, I feel, this is a feeling statement, that most of our kids can and would answer those with great clarity. And so this idea that we're introducing the topic to them of how do you get cocaine, I think our heads are in the sand.
I'm sorry for
Well,
laughing
it
because
really
it's
depends
real.
what part of the city you live in.
Well, great,
And how
yeah.
the families have brought them
I mean, you know, from my background, I OD'd at 6th grade. So my whole background is completely different than all of yours.
Yep.
I was an outlier, I should have been dead. But when I see stats and under these kind of things, all they do, and I've seen them use, they just bolster weak arguments. They're not really as honest as they can be. Yeah, so the questions, it's,
It's not a district-wide survey. And so this is our level of participation on behalf of the state's request.
And they
This
do
is our
that,
first
and
year.
you mentioned the marijuana, and they bolstered a weak argument, and they got it through, not, I know the cartel members that are running the whole city of marijuana, that's a different story. But they bolstered a weak argument so they can get what they want, so that's just how.
Was this our first year giving the Healthy Kids Survey, 2021, or have we done previous years?
There have been previous years, I'm not sure how many, it's every other year, so, but I could find out.
Okay.
So
then
even
I
when
would
we give
say-
it in a school like Doherty, you pick and choose some students to give it to. Not all students at Doherty get it.
No, it's, the sample is random by school, not by student.
All the students in the school get the survey.
All the students in the school get the survey?
Well,
From
you
what
look
I
at-
understood, it seemed like you pick 100 students from 9th grade, 100 students from 10th
No,
grade.
it's more like we pick one school out of, or I say we, the state picks one school out of 20 or whatever it might be. So if you look at the slide, it has the response rate, so 70% of the high school students completed the survey in those 4 high schools where it was administered. And in the two middle schools where it was administered, 65% of those students responded.
So all students are given a chance in that high school to complete the survey.
Right, but
Okay.
again, like even with the 5 essentials, you know, that was 70% panoramas.
But I just want to make sure that all students are given. This is not like we pick 100 students from 9th grade.
No, yeah,
But
they're all
the 9th
given-
grade students are given, and then how much they participate.
Right, unless they opt out.
Unless they opt out. Do other school districts around here in El Paso County do this survey? So we get like a local data for the whole city of Colorado Springs.
Yes, when they do participate. I know that this last administration, there were fewer schools in our region, our districts in our region, but previously there were enough in our region where we did get regional results.
So, following up kind of to Director Ott's point, which I agree with, if we're gonna identify problems, then let's come up with solutions to address them. And that's, I think, one of the missing pieces for me is, I can guarantee you that there are kids who have access to marijuana and LSD. What are we doing about it? Like, I'm not seeing us actually taking action when by we, I mean even the state, because the state is asking for this information. And so then, sorry, I had two thoughts going. One is it relevant for us to be, for the state to be asking schools to implement this survey? If the state is wanting to get information, then are there other avenues that maybe they should be looking into rather than schools? Would be one argument I would make. And then going back to my original point, that what is the state actually doing? Like, are they encouraging to bring back DARE? Like, that's one of the things I had when I was a kid, DARE to keep kids off drugs. It's still in my head, you know, like I can remember the police officers coming in with their dogs. And so, yeah, I'll
That's
just
not the
leave it at
goal.
that.
When I look at this, it's not the goal. The goal is not to solve a problem. The goal is to have data for an argument. They have some other plan, and they need data for an argument, and that's all it is, and we're participating in their game. That's all it is. There's nothing, because if there was, what's the solution? There is no solution. There's no drive for a solution.
Okay.
It's just to give them stats.
I would say the random nature of this means it's ours to take advantage of, but we don't own it. And although I have been very passionate about opting in and opting out, because this is a once a year selected randomly, this could be a
It's
place
once
where
in 2 years.
Well, 2 years. This is a place where we could manage opt-in very carefully to say, your school has been chosen, and there are some concerning questions for family members, as an example, or here is what a previous survey or the bank looks like. Do you want your student to participate in this survey or not? But then there's a larger question of if we want to be in that survey space at all.
You had, yeah.
The concern would be, as noted previously, when you opt in, you go from, in this case, Amber Patak, who is the person who wrote to us, described that in New Hampshire, they tried an opt-in policy and the rates went from 80% to 20%. So again, then, your data is much less reliable and basically perhaps useless. So why did we even do it?
I wildly agree with you. It's just not my data set, so I'm not as committed.
I know.
Me either.
And the difference between,
I think Darlene has an.
yeah, Director Dan.
I just wanted to add that there are meetings held throughout the community that talks about all of this, what they do with the data, how to prevent it, what they're doing to get information out into the community so that it can be, we can educate the whole community on how to watch out for certain things, how to ask students questions. As a parent, they exist. But if you're not aware of them, then you think there's nothing happening. But it does happen. I'm thinking about the Tobacco Free Alliance Committee. They meet every quarter or something, and they have Zoom meetings as well as in-person meetings, in addition to talking about all of these topics from the public health side. So FYI, it's out there, but are we on our own free time? It may not always show up in a boardroom or a meeting. Are we participating in those things so that we would be aware that it actually does exist? It does. And it's been happening for years.
With the parents.
Yeah, do parents know? That would
Well,
be
and
the
that's
bigger
what,
question.
that's my point. Like, if you're not engaged, you won't know those meetings. You won't be on mailing lists. You won't have anybody in your circle that can say to you, hey, I'm going over to the Tobacco Free Alliance meeting. Do you want to come? But it exists.
Well, and it could be that parents maybe are informed that that's there, but these questions are so opposed to their personal values that then, they're not gonna wanna go, cause they're like, I don't want my kid answering these kinds of questions, so.
Well, I'm
yeah.
just-
Recognize there's this diversity of
I'm just saying that it's not necessarily in a vacuum. that all of the answers and the concerns, I've even attended meetings at Coronado where they've held at the auditorium about answering all of this. They would have experts come in and literally talk about it and share more information and what they see coming down the pipeline and how to get engaged in it and how to be informed. It exists, but if you are not in the research mode of it, or if you're not literally, I would say, just looking at the emails, reading them, because it's out there. Coronado put that email out there for weeks saying, come to the auditorium, we have this in person coming and talking about this. So it's really a matter of whether or not your peripheral vision is also on versus your lineal vision, because there are other things happening and you can jump in, and it's inclusive. It's not like it's just one district. I mean, this is community wide. So if you have districts, 2, 8, 13, 12, whatever, they're always asking. And what happens is when you step into the room, there's what? 5% of people participating. It's the most amazing thing, because this community is extremely healthy in communicating what they see happening and how to head it off at the pass. It's out there. You could probably find a meeting every week, every day this week or this month,
Okay.
if you are involved.
Get your point, Director Art?
I'm gonna mention, I know about these meetings at Coronado too, because they were happening when my kids were there. My kids did not want to go to those. But you, and even your child is recently in high school, you wouldn't necessarily know of them because your kids are just too young, is my understanding. So you're not gonna be aware of those. But yes, the high schools do outreach, they offer programs. So those things are happening, which are the benefits. And I would say we would know more of the benefits perhaps if we'd allowed the Healthy Kids Colorado folks to come and tell us about them and how they use the data. But that was not desired by the board majority, so we don't.
Okay, so gathering from all the feedback that I'm receiving and how the district itself uses this data as opposed to the state, this is not from what Superintendent Gall was sharing, that this is more a state level data. It is valuable data that we get, but it's more a stat. I'm finishing my thought, okay, and I'll come back to you. It's more a state level data that we get, and I'm relying on him that this could be implemented more in an opt-in basis. As a single board member, that's where I would fall. The difference between this survey to me and the 5 Essential survey is more helping our own schools get better, our own teachers get better. And the nature of the questions is also more, to me, a little bit more generic and asking about the culture and the environment, as opposed to what Director Nelson talking about alcohol and substance use and sexual activities. Those at the very basic level are privacy of students, and it certainly needs to be where a parent has to provide that permission to ask about those type of questions. There were more questions about, do you have access to guns at home? Your parents own guns at home? Do you, were you in a car with a, drunken driver? It could be a family member. So all of these are privacy-related questions to me that go into the privacy of the students. And we got to honor the privacy of the students by asking parents, is it okay if your child takes the survey? And if the parent says, thumbs up, I want to, great, I want my child answering all those questions, great. Then we honor the parents that are wanting to take that survey and take that survey. Okay. And if that means that we are going to have lesser data, it's not benefiting our certain schools anyway directly in it. It's more the state level data that is up to date. That's my one point of view, Director Atkins.
Perhaps this could be a part of being a working board. Maybe if that's what really hits you in your heart, maybe you should take it on and figure out how can you help the team expand it out into the community. Maybe you, I don't know, could think about being at an event and handing out flyers, I don't know. But some way, somehow, if you want to get it out to more parents, I know it exists. I've seen the forms, I've seen the, do you want your children or your student to it exists. Now, if it's not enough of an existence, perhaps we need to think about where do you step in to support it?
So I'll just respond to that and then I have a question. Director
Yeah,
Daniels,
we got to move on,
if you
so-
want to take that on, that's awesome. I personally, I appreciate what you're saying, that the board didn't want someone from Healthy Kids to come and share more of the benefit to it. In my mind, it's these questions are so extreme that I can't see the rationale that there being a big enough benefit. The ends don't justify the means, I guess is what I'm saying here. Like the questions themselves, I personally can't support this survey, so I'm not gonna go and promote it to parents and hand out flyers. But if that's something that you wanna do, then okay. But
I'm sorry, I
and
thought
then-
we were talking about getting the word out to parents, to opt in or out. I apologize.
And what I'm saying is, I don't think we should even offer it.
Correct.
And so that was gonna be my question of when would we make that decision, when would we vote as a board
Okay.
of whether to opt in
And that's
as a
going to be,
district?
yeah, we can provide that feedback. We can provide that feedback. And going back to what Director Daniels is saying, the 5 essential survey that we want our parents to take, we have reached out to our parents in numerous ways for them to take, and this time around, we even scheduled it right during parent-teacher conference. And the information that we got from David Colicky was that the parent participation was 20%. So we can do all that we want to in promoting this. Parents are going to be, the participation is going to be on the lower end. So the nature of the questions that are being asked out here, it only behooves us to get parent voice into this conversation and make sure that the parents are okay on their students. They're minor students. These are not adults that we are talking about. They're minor students answering questions about sexual thing and alcohol use and cocaine and LSD and all those things. If parents are okay with it, you don't want the survey given at all from what I hear, but at least if parents are okay with it and opt in and say, that's fine. If the parents say that they are okay, and that's what we give the authority to the parents. Personally, for me, as a parent, if this is given a choice, I would say, no, I don't want my child answering that questions. Okay, that is a parent and a child conversation to me. That's on a personal level that I'm going to ask, not for the state to collect that information about my child.
Yeah, when we met with the teacher, one of the main things they complained about was time, and they're doing all this other stuff. All these surveys, all these testing, they were pretty adamant about that. And so, and I understand the ones that we need, okay, gave me good argument, and I support that with the parameters we put in, I get it. But there is no educational value to this district whatsoever. So it's gonna cost us, it's gonna take time out of our seat. All these variables, to me, if they're not of value, then I would have the district opt out, not even waste our time with that. Because it's not has nothing to do with that wall. Nothing.
Sorry, you guys had your hands up.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so I would argue that it talks about student success. Superintendent Gall said the more data, the better.
Sex is-
in general.
sex.
And so my question would be, have our schools and our district benefited from the data? Was there any value in our district participating in this survey in the past? Any value at all?
Well, I don't have all of that information. I just have that one anecdotal response that I got from the middle school that participated recently, that, they could have conversations about here's what our students are saying. This many of you are thinking about this, or this many of you have, are participating in this, and so let's talk about that, and what are, education on those things like substances, or what is healthy activity. I mean, some of the questions in there are just about general physical health, like how much soda are you drinking, things like that. Yes, vegetables.
And how long does it take to take the survey?
I don't know.
I don't know
It's
either.
100 questions.
Probably.
Okay. We are going
one
into
thing-
so
I'm
many
not-
questions.
One
Okay.
thing I know about that is that students don't answer all the questions. Like if they answer no to the leading question, I guess, or the top question in that, I shouldn't have said leading question, the top question in that category, then it skips. And like if they say they've never used this or tried this, then they don't get asked the 5 following questions. So it uses smart logic. So each survey may look a little differently depending on how the students answer.
But it does take time out of seat.
So my point of asking that question is, the length is maybe half an hour to an hour tops, and it's every other year,
Randomly sampled.
randomly sampled. But, so 600 kids might take it at Coronado, well, or, no, we know it was higher than that, right? Presumably, because there's only like 1,000 kids over there. So if 800 kids took it, and we had this great turnout of 80%, less than an hour in 2 years' time, which gives us data on how our kids are doing. And my values, I mean, you can ask me my questions about my values, and I might not approve of, sex before 18 or kids using marijuana. No, but asking me as a student doesn't change my values. It might even give me an opportunity to solidify them. Like, gosh, that is a really bad idea. So I'm just going to say that, to wrap it up, that if we decide not to do this, and the other surveys for that matter, to me, we're choosing to be ignorant of our students' voices.
Okay.
The data can be used numerous ways, but we are choosing ignorance of our students' lives, of what they're doing. As Superintendent Gall mentioned, we can imagine all day what we think our kids are going through, but only they really know what they're going through. And we're choosing to be ignorant of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Daniels.
I just want to say, I do believe that the state is utilizing the data because this is how they make legislative mental health bills. This is how they begin to pull those things together to say this is what we would like to see happen and whether or not it's gonna pass. So it's not like it's idle information, but I'm just saying that it's gonna take time, but you gotta get involved in a bigger way instead of just in this moment. It exists in this community. This community is heavy in giving out information, data points, trying to get people involved all over this place. But you have to get involved. Parents, if you're hearing me, I'm saying it exists. You just have to get involved and learn how to connect with people to find it out. It's out there. And they can get you on an email list. We have a ton of nonprofits in this community that are doing things and trying their best to educate the community in all kinds of ways. But you have to get bigger than just here.
Okay. So let's wrap up. I got closing thoughts from Director Hart and Director Daniels, Director
I
Nelson.
just had a follow-up question. When we gave the survey, I know it's not listed on the website now, but there was a standard and a censored version of the survey back when this was put out in 2021. I remember looking at both. Which one did we give? Do you know, the standard or the censored version?
To be honest, I'm not sure, but I could find out.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You can circle back.
And your other question, I did see in the results that we had results since 2017.
Okay. And then one last question, if we were to choose, like to your guys' point, if there's parents that want their students to participate, but if we as a board decided that we didn't want to opt in as a district, are there, and you may not know this, are there ways that parents could sign their child up to take the survey on their own time and not use classroom time?
I'll find out.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any closing thoughts on this topic?
No, I think I've shared.
Director Loma, closing thoughts?
I'm not for it. I don't think it has nothing to do with us. I better stop, because when it comes to government, me and government are kind of cynical. So
No, I didn't sense that.
let's move on.
Okay, so I will summarize my thought on it. Director Art talked about we are being ignorant.
No, you're choosing ignorance.
Choosing ignorance, that's fine. Okay. Where I land on this is you are middle school and high school students that are being given these surveys. So these are 11, 12, 13-year-olds, and you are asking highly sensitive private questions about these students. So where I land on it, Director Art could see it as choosing ignorance. I see it as choosing privacy of our students, respecting the privacy of our students, and honoring the parent voice in this. I'm not saying I'm against giving the survey, but let us make it clear to our parents transparently, this is the survey that is being given to your students. Are you guys good with this? And if the parents opt in and say that's okay with them, then it's fine. If that means it is going to get a lesser set of data for this survey, I'm good with that, because this is asking 11, 12, and 13-year-old students about sexual use, their sexual proclivity, and alcohol use and drug use and all those kind of things. That is not of, we got to be sensitive, even though that data could help us in better serving our students, but we got to be sensitive about what we are asking our students in this case. Okay, I would rather in this case choose ignorance than disrespect the parent voice in this. So I will end with that, and then Superintendent Gall, do you need board feedback on this?
I think you need to tell us if you want to change your policy that this specific survey is opt-in, or are we going to wait till the policy comes back for approval to conclude the conversation?
Okay, so
Because I
we
don't
do
think we're-
have policy LC out there that was put out there based on the conversation that took place out here. I know Director Nelson, you are involved in putting some language in there. Are you still are you comfortable with where that policy is at this stage? Are you wanting to still add language to that policy LC?
Well, I had a conversation with Dr. Mulpackam beforehand about, do we need to add language at the bottom that says we're okay with teachers asking like the favorite candy or that sort of thing, kind of to Director Loma's point earlier, like what if a teacher puts out a survey monkey? Like, we're not trying to tighten this up so much that teachers can't build relationships and rapport with students. So I can send this in an email and you guys all review it that way. I just added a sentence at the bottom that says, classroom getting to know you surveys with questions like favorite candy or number of pets do not require parental consent or prior notification and must not include any of the topics listed above, and that being the list that was already in the survey or in the policy about what requires parental consent. So, I personally am leaning towards we need parent consent on all surveys. But if that's not the will of the majority of the board, then we don't need to change the policy as it is. Otherwise, if I was able to sway you, I had something ready that would have pulled out that paragraph that I added previously at the bottom.
How about you just, come up with every board director can do this, not just you.
Yeah.
If you want to add language in that based on even the discussion that happened today, add that and send it to the entire board, and we can take a look at it. And if it is something that can be brought to the board dais next week as non-action item, the version that you are putting out there, and then the board can discuss if that language is okay.
Okay.
And if we need to revise it further at that point in time. So I will put that as a non-action item next week. and you can, as quickly as possible, possibly by this Friday, send what you have. And if other board directors want to add language to it, you can also add language to it and bring it down.
Can I make a recommendation
Yes.
that the board do a thumb up or thumbs down on
Yes.
opt-in or opt-out?
Right.
So we don't
Right.
redo this whole thing
Right,
next week?
absolutely. So let's start with the last one that we talked about, which is the Healthy Kids Survey. You are Director Daniels with the Colorado Healthy Kids Survey. Give it as it is with parents opting out. Opt out,
The state service, you talk about the state one?
State
the
survey.
state one,
Opt out.
Just
opt out. So
help them to
we
know.
have to opt out. For me, it's got to be at the very least opt-in for this survey.
I agree with you.
You would go
Yeah,
with
on that
opt-in?
last survey, I would rather just opt out the whole district, but I can go with that.
Well, yeah, but if you want to say you want to completely opt out, that you can do it too.
I wanna opt out completely as a district.
Okay, so
Oh,
right
hold
now,
on.
you have one opt-out, two opt-ins, and
Wait.
To opt out of the survey,
Wait.
to opt out of
Doing
the
the survey.
parents to pull away their kids from the survey, one opt-in and two other people not on the line?
Well, I rather, on this last survey, I'd rather have a whole district
Dead heat.
opt out.
okay, then you
Me too, but
have
I
two
voted on
of them don't want to do the survey at all.
Right.
For me, it's opt-in at the
And
very
then
least,
two of them wanna do the survey, so we're at a dead
as
heat.
it is right now.
So we have to wait till the others are here or what?
Well, if I can mention, there's general policy and then there's specific surveys, right? So the board, you could leave it that the board would decide on a survey that, well, I don't know, for potentially controversial surveys that Education Insights will inquire as to the desire of the board to take part in a district survey. And the board can say yay or nay to Healthy Kids Colorado survey if that's what
I think that,
the majority wants at the time.
I think we
Try
can
and
circle
figure
back,
out-
there are two board members that are missing out here. So we can gather the voice of those two board members tomorrow, at the next board
Email
meeting.
them and
And
see
then,
if you
yeah,
have a majority,
Yeah,
which way to frame
so
the policy.
we include the voice of the rest of the board out there. If the rest of the board agrees with Director Art, then we can go with that.
so the thing is, like, this survey isn't coming again till the next school year. So we as a board can decide now to not participate,
Right.
or we could wait. And I think he was saying, we're just gonna decide right now tonight, but realizing we need the other two board members because of how the votes landed.
Yes.
So,
Yes, that's what
to
I'm saying.
clarify the conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so we can wrap this up
And then
probably by next week.
Panorama and 5 essentials.
Okay, let's start with Panorama. And their Superintendent Gall's recommendation was opt out, give it as it is right now.
He
With
didn't wanna opt out.
No, that parents would have to opt out of
Parents
the
would
whole
opt out.
survey.
Okay,
I
We
want,
share with them that it's coming.
as long as we share with them the information we got, we're transparent on that, I have no problem with them opting out.
I'm good with what Director Loma said out there, Director,
Opt out.
okay, Director
What am I voting on again?
Panorama.
I'm just saying, like,
Pat.
we're, on everything, we're going to inform the parents so that they know, right?
Yes.
That's ultimately what we're saying? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, just
And we're generally landing on, or we're trying to get Director Nelson to craft language that it would be parents opt out
working board, opting
if we
out,
get the
yeah.
thumbs up of the board, except for the extremity case, which I think the way the language has been written, that Colorado Healthy Kids would fall into an extremity case, which we would then make it a parents opt-in.
Yes.
So Director Nelson,
Um,
with the Panorama survey.
I still would like for it to be that we're not assuming consent.
So opt-in,
Yes.
okay. So right now, we have one opt-in, 4 board members said that they're good with opt-out. As it is right now, as long as we do communicate that to the parents, provide them an opportunity to opt out, which I'm not sure has happened consistently, and we share that information with parents going forward. Okay, that's that. And 5 essentials? 5 essentials, you're
Yeah,
good
I'm
with,
okay with.
yeah, whatever it is in place
What
right
I'm
now.
doing now,
Yeah, opt out, 5 essentials, opt out.
The
Same thing, we communicate, parents have to say ixnay on the survey A.
Okay.
Big Latin
Yes. Yep. Director Nelson,
We're on the
five
same,
is,
opt in, don't assume
Okay.
consent.
so we have 5 essentials and Panorama is good to go with opt-out. But, and we'll circle back with the,
I think the right thing is for Director Nelson to then craft the policy on the extreme nature of how it feels the majority of the board is feeling about Colorado Healthy Kids, that's when we flip over into opt-in. We're really trying to have a policy conversation here, not a specific survey conversation. We've used 3 surveys to form the policy, to make sure that then when new policies come forward, we go, oh, that's what school districts do, this is what we ask kids. Do you like PE, do you not like PE? Standard type of question, everybody's good to go. Then it would fall into a policy that says, if you don't like that as a parent, because you're offended by physical education, then you can opt out. But don't put the labor of work on the district to have to chase down 20,000 parents to figure out if we can ask.
No, but circling back, we never talked about the possibility of teachers doing their own little surveys.
So that we think falls under staff conduct.
Okay.
These are
Later.
what was the name of the policy again?
It's research
Research.
and,
Experiments,
I have it
surveys.
pulled up right there.
Right, these are
Research
mass
projects,
data
studies,
gathering
experiments,
events, not, I mean, I asked kids today, who's the youngest in the class, who's the oldest in the class? I didn't mean to offend anybody.
So that's
You
where
just broke policy though, that's a survey.
the policy that we saw as a board on February 8th addresses all of what we just decided. Like, we don't have to change the policy that we saw on February 8th as non-action. If we want to add language at the bottom to speak to Al's concern that classroom surveys asking about favorite candy and whatever is fine, then I'll send that to you all. And you can determine if we need to add that language or if we don't. And then we can maybe have 2 options on the non-action next week and we talk about it then, which one we wanna move forward. Is that okay? I don't know. Okay, alright. So,
Okay.
we're covered.
so can we move on?
We can.
Okay,
I'm gonna bring the legislative liaison
Okay.
lobbyist forward to
yeah.
manage
It's,
his evening.
Travels
Slightly
and
out
got
of agenda.
up here, so.
I know, it's great.
Valerie.
How's everybody tonight? All right, I wanted to start tonight with a few bills that we can review, kind of talk about where we're at. We'll get into a little bit of a school finance update based on the information that's happened over the past 3 or 4 weeks since I've talked to you. And then finally, just kind of a discussion about making sure you guys got the bill link that I had sent, able to access it and kind of knowing how that works. So the first bill I wanted to bring to you guys' attention tonight is Senate Bill 23099. It's about special education funding. This would be an extra $40 million for Tier B special ed funding. That would fully fund the state share of Tier B special education funding. That bill is sitting as a part of the larger school finance discussion we're gonna have here in a minute. I do anticipate that they will do some additional money for Tier B special ed funding and likely Tier A special ed funding as well. I don't know that it'll be the full $40 million that I'm presenting to you today, but I did just want to put that out there as kind of a finance bill that's out there. The next bill just got introduced last week, and for Dwayne, this is coming to a CACD presentation near you. It's House Bill 1212, which is the promotion of apprenticeships. And on its face, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. Where I do worry from a district perspective, particularly a staff perspective, is how much time will it take staff to post a web-based job board about apprenticeships, incorporating that into the career planning tools for the state. And so that is potentially, at the start, we talked about unfunded mandates. That would potentially be an unfunded mandate. Where this comes from is Senator or Representative Eliza Hambrick. Has been a teacher in Cherry Creek schools for about 30 years, high school teacher. She wants and thinks more information regarding apprenticeships and 2-year degrees need to be available to high school students. She thinks this is the best way to do it. like you said, on its face, I don't necessarily know that it's controversial, a bad idea. I don't want that to ripple down to where every school has to have a staff member posting jobs about 2-year apprenticeships. And so that's just something I wanted to highlight as potential impact of the district.
This doesn't have anything to do with the, just read it, the apprenticeship bill, don't know, but this is for prisoners. Did you ever hear that one?
I did.
Kind of unique concept?
So I can talk about that one if you want. So basically people in department, it's just Department of Corrections, so it doesn't have a connection to the Division of Youth Services or anything. But they are able to get earned time for
School.
Yeah, for 2, 4, and as well as master's and doctorate degrees as well.
That's different, that's not this. Yeah, I just read that, I go, oh, okay.
So we're gonna kind of get into some, well, I guess I'll do one more and then we got 2 kind of heavier topics to discuss. So last time we talked about 1118, which was the Fair Workweek Employment Standards. When that bill was introduced, schools were exempted from it, related to scheduling practice around food and beverage workers. They did a strike below that was ultimately not offered in committee that would have potentially impacted schools. That bill's gonna be heard tomorrow and it's gonna be postponed indefinitely. So that strike below never got on, but I did want to highlight that there was an attempt to potentially impact school food and beverage workers as well. Next 2 bills are a little more pertinent to safety and liability around the district that I wanted to talk about. First bill is Senate Bill 23-1109, which is school policies and student conduct. What this bill is doing, and it does a couple things, I'm going to highlight the things that concern me most with this policy. First is the bill prohibits school districts from expelling or denying admission to a student for conduct occurring more than 1 year prior. I think that takes away some of your guys' liability, particularly in criminal cases with juveniles that often do go more than 365 days. If you're no longer able to suspend or expel them, regardless of the outcome of that case, I worry that that puts districts in a tough spot. And you go ahead.
What is the point of that?
Um,
Why are they even suggesting
I-
to put us in that position? Like, why?
They would argue that you'll still be able to suspend the bad kids because those cases are resolved before 365 days. The vast majority with diversion and other things with, juvenile cases is those really do take more than 365 days generally. And so I kind of hear their intent that they, want to get away from disproportionately impacting minority communities, which is what they believe suspensions and expulsions are doing. And they believe this is a tool to stop that. If after a year, you can no longer go back and suspend or expel them as a
So-
result of that action.
I'm an offender, a violent offender, beat you up at school, break your nose, go to court. Most juvenile cases take more than a year.
Yeah.
Then I'm found guilty, but I can't suspend you.
That's right.
Okay.
Do we, policy question, so
Draw
we
the
can't
case.
expel until the court case is done?
You guys,
I know that's not
I don't know how your internal policy.
Okay, we'll follow up.
Circle back on that.
Okay, the next part of the bill, and this is honestly the part that concerns me most. There needs to be a direct nexus, so to your example you used, a kid punches somebody at school. Student commits a violent crime off of school grounds. Unless there is a direct nexus to the school, you are no longer able to suspend or expel a student for actions, conduct that doesn't happen off school grounds.
Not just for all offense, misdemeanor or just, or felony?
They didn't put any sort of cap on the type of offense. So I mean, I don't wanna use hyperbole here that, it expands the full criminal code spectrum. And that part sincerely concerns me because they don't define what
Open
a,
end, you can- yeah.
they don't
So they
define,
could carjack something, or
Anything.
whatever it is that they can do out there, but we can't suspect them.
unless there's a direct nexus, and my concern is they don't define what a direct nexus is. And I think that puts you guys particularly at risk with the Claire Davis Act, where you are now no longer able to comply with that law because your hands are tied by this, would potentially be tied by 1109. There's also some due process about when information has to be turned over to students, and then hearing officer trainings as well as hearing officer essentially conflict of interest statements, that they cannot oversee hearings if they were a part of the investigation or if they were a part of the event. Those are kind of the big issues I see with the bill. This bill is in committee tomorrow. I don't really wanna scare you guys. If the vote happened right now, we do have the votes to kill this bill and have it postponed indefinitely. I do wanna highlight that, I mean, politics is fluid, so there is a chance that they don't take action on the bill tomorrow and they do some sort of amendment to try to continue to move it forward. So I do want this bill on the top of the board's radar as about something that would meaningfully impact the operations of your district, as well as I think create some potential liabilities for you guys.
What was the number again?
House Bill 23-1109.
Did we get like a pros and cons conversation from these? You know how
I
you
can
sent it in the past of why people are saying, maybe you didn't do it,
I
but somebody
haven't done
before.
a pros, I can see
Might
if I
have
can
been
find a
missed with.
fact sheet for you guys,
Yeah.
about what the proponents are saying the benefit is. I generally, just kind of summarize the bill for you, rather than a good or bad, cause I don't really wanna be making those determinations.
Yeah, I'm just
you.
trying to figure out where did that come from? Is it because they're not getting results of really, I mean, cause you know, when we disaggregate the data and all that other stuff, is it because it's not really shifting enough? So we have to do this? I'm just trying to figure out what in the world.
They got it from that school survey we do every 2 years, and they created it.
Yeah, they probably did,
I do believe that they would.
but it doesn't scare me.
What you said though, exactly is their point, is that they've tried other things around suspensions and expulsions, and ultimately it is still affecting minority students more than white students. And that is where it's, what I believe they would say, and I don't wanna speak for the proponents of this bill because I doubt I'm doing it justice, their side of it, but I do believe that's where they're coming from.
That's great, so I could find more research on that, right?
I think Director Art had a-
Just, yeah, actually, it's more of a comment, and that is that, for those who might be curious, some notes from the CASB conversation was that this was very broad, it could override Title IX components. And CASB's, the Legislative Resolutions Committee wanted to see it heavily amended if it was to pass, and so in the end, that group decided to oppose this. So, because there are some valuable points to this, I think, but yeah, there are a lot of issues for school boards.
The proponents did offer 2 amendments that they believed addressed everyone's concerns. I would say that's not accurate, and that their amendments in fact did not address the majority or any of the concerns, particularly around the Title IX issue, as well as, I mean, just the general school safety liability issue.
That's so strange.
And then the next bill I wanted to get into, and this is, I wanna preface this with, I don't bring this up to have a in-depth political conversation about it, but I do want you to know it's out there, as well as anything that, you know, if you guys hear about it, I want you to know what it is. Senate Bill 23-170, it's on extreme risk protections orders. It's the red flag law from a couple of years ago. When that was passed, it was only sheriffs that could go and petition the court to essentially remove guns from somebody's home in the event that they are having a mental health crisis. They're bringing that bill back this year, and they're expanding the number of people who are able to go and petition the court to remove guns. This list includes licensed medical care providers, licensed mental health care providers, licensed educators, and district attorneys. So all your teachers would now, or licensed educators would be able to go into a court and petition a court if they believe a student is a risk. And those guns would be able to be removed from that individual's house if the court determined it appropriate. They do have some language in there about it is not an admission of, shall not be the basis for criminal or civil liability for those educators, in our case here, if they do not disclose records or diagnosis, and as long as their acts were made in good faith. But I do believe this will be likely a big conversation that you hear in your communities, as well as among your other elected board members, and I wanted to highlight that issue for you tonight.
Well, as many people like it, man, I'll have all kinds of red flags over my house.
So those are the kind of the bills I wanted to highlight. If anybody has questions on those, I'd be happy to answer them. And then I kind of wanted to get into the school finance stuff next, so
Okay.
however you.
This bill or any other bill, you have questions, otherwise we can move to the school finance.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see anything else, so let's go to the School Finance Act. Give us an update on where that is.
So when I talked to you originally in January, I know it was rather doom and gloom about what the potential impacts to the districts are. As the time has kind of evolved, I'll say the legislators coalesced around a couple different, 3 buckets I'm gonna call it, around potential changes to the School Finance Act. And I wanna put a caveat on this that no one has seen the governor's land use policy yet, and particularly either property or property and income tax reductions. So without knowing the full fiscal impact of what the governor's proposing, these things are, none of this can be siloed off and talked about in a vacuum. We need to see the whole field before we're able to really make a decision on this. But the first bucket is a complete elimination of the COLA and then redistributing that into Tier A and Tier B special education funding, ELL, and at-risk funding through the existing formula. So they would increase essentially funding for at-risk, ELL, and provide additional funding for Tier A and Tier B special education using that $1.2 billion that's currently distributed through the cost of the COLA factor in the School Finance Act.
Aspen School District really excited about this?
Yeah, I was like, oh my
The
goodness.
biggest, honestly, the biggest winner would be like Pueblo City under this.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I know, but Aspen would be the
Eliminated.
eliminated pretty much with
Yeah.
the cost of living thing.
You can't buy no skis.
It does impact the district, I believe, it's a back the envelope number, but that could potentially result in $10 or $11 million cut in the district. I don't believe that they have the votes to pass this, mostly because every single district along the I-25 and I-70 corridors take a cut, and that's just where the majority of the people live. And I don't think they're gonna be able to ultimately get there on a full reduction and redistribution of the COLA.
So you just said that we could lose 11 million behind that?
If it passed, I wanna be honest with you, I don't think they have the votes to do that, so I don't wanna.
But we can benefit from it too, if what I heard you right, because if it's redistributed to special needs and or.
So the percentages they've showed us so far, even with that redistribution, additional money, that is the cut with that. The full cut would be about,
Oh, okay.
that was the net. So that, I bring that up as an option. I don't think that's the one we're likely to see. The other option that they're currently kind of kicking around is a 35% reduction and a 24% increase in those same categories I just talked about, Tier A and Tier B sped, as well as ELL and at-risk. That lessens the impact to the district, but it's still ultimately on a net would be a financial harm. And then the final proposal is Senator Barb Kirkmeyer is still working on her allocation committee, which would essentially completely disband the existing school finance formula, and a 12-member board would essentially get a dollar amount from the state legislature, and that 12-member board of educators, district executives would be able to determine, and it had statewide representation, rural, urban, determine how that money is allocated among the districts. It's,
That's been kind of corruption.
that is how they do like Colorado Works and TANF funding at the county level, so that's what she's modeling it after. I will say it's been an interesting conversation. I don't know that she'll ultimately get there, but that is kind of the third proposal around school finance.
Wow.
And then I do want to pivot a little bit to, there is good news this year. So because of the high inflation, it's going to be an additional $485 million into K-12 education this year, as well as an additional $120 million buy down of the budget stabilization factor. So those two alone are $605 million directly into K-12 education, which is
Extra.
which is very positive for the district. Additionally, they did an 8% increase for the categoricals, which is $35 million. And then if you add in the special education funding, we're nearly $700 million new dollars into K-12 education this year. And Dwayne, for the career tech ed, it's a $2.2 million increase. It just happened to see over there. So all in right now, if everything that has been proposed was passed, it would be, like I said, about $700 million in new money in K-12 education, which would be probably the largest single year increase in the history of the state. I believe there is an effort by members of the Joint Budget Committee to try to buy down the budget stabilization factor completely this year. That would be an additional 200 million, 201.2 million on top of where we're at today. I think they're gonna have some budget reality, so I don't know that they'll be able to do that, but we may see additional money to buy down that BS factor further. The last thing I just wanted to hit and talk with you guys about is some of the bills we talked about last time. Ultimately, there hasn't been much movement from where we were at the last meeting. I was asked about House Bill 1029, which was a vaccine bill, was postponed indefinitely. 10003, which was a mental health bill, is waiting in appropriations. A lot of these bills that require the state to appropriate money sit in appropriations until the state does the long bill. So we're gonna see the long bill at the end of March or early April, and then some of these other bills, and I think 3 out of the 6 of them we talked about last time are sitting waiting on appropriations here. One that actually has moved is CPR training. They amended that in the Senate to make it optional, and that bill has passed out of the Senate and passed out of the House Education Committee unanimously. Senate Bill 029, which was another kind of suspensions and expulsions type bill, the sponsor has pulled that bill from consideration in committee twice because you can't really find amendments that make people happy, I guess. So rather than a big political fight, he's working on amendments. And then the workforce proposals we had discussed last time, Senate Bill 65, is sitting in appropriations. They did reduce that from 10 million a year to 5 million a year, but that is waiting in appropriations. And that at a high level is kind of the update I had for everybody today. The last thing is that you see the bill link here. This updates automatically, so I'll start including it because I hadn't been including it at the top of the summaries I send to Chris, so we'll include that. That gives you the summary as well as, committee times or anything else. And just it updates automatically, so when you click it, any new bills I add in there are in there. Anytime there's committee hearing change, that's in there. And that's probably the quickest way to get information, so I just wanted to highlight that that's there and resource for you guys to use. And then any questions I'd be happy to answer.
Any talk on reducing that 5-year enrollment averaging? You brought that up
So
before.
we had talked, and I thank you for pointing that out. So the other 2 things we had kind of talked about that I highlighted as potential risks were the averaging from 5 to 3 years in the mill levy equalization. Those conversations largely went by the wayside, and they've really coalesced around wanting to look at COLA and how we redistribute COLA to do that. I will say those, as long as those are out there though, that continues to be a risk to the district. And they're both a risk, right? I mean, declining enrollment, if they ever change, that would be a risk. And if they ever reduce state funding because of where our mills are at around 20, the difference between 20 and 27, that is a significant risk. So those both hang over us, but once again, on a net, today's school finance update is much more positive than we were sitting 60 days ago.
And you said about $700 million roughly in new dollars. Do you have an idea how much that translates into per pupil funding extra per student?
No,
Not at this
not
time.
at this time.
I could try to pull some, but it would be, I'd worry it'd do more harm than good for you, particularly with budget discussions.
Just kind of curious
Yeah.
as to how that translates into our budget, 700 million. or
Once
what.
we get the long bill, once we get the run, that'll really hone in on what we're looking at as a district. And we're looking at getting that no later than the middle of April. If we're lucky, it'll be the first week of April.
Any other questions for Mr. Pepper or comments or anything? Thank you for making the drive up here.
Yeah.
And thank you for, I
It's
think
easier
you
for us.
said that we are about a third way through the legislation.
So we're 5 days from being halfway through, so.
5 days. Okay.
I think next Monday's the day 60, so we're about halfway. Just general political update, we've about 30% lower on bill volume than we've seen in previous sessions. That's a result of the drafting office being really far behind. And a lot of this political negotiations, political fighting has happened behind the scenes. I anticipate you're gonna start reading about more of that in your local papers, as particularly some of the bigger policy areas that they outlined that they wanted to achieve this session start to move here in the next month or so. And so it's been a little slow. They've been slow to introduce bills. I do think that's gonna change, and some of this political fighting and political rhetoric will pick up around all areas.
I had one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was trying to find my notes. maybe you already talked about it, if you did, I'm sorry, SB 23-056, the outstanding money to para.
Okay. So that, and I like the sponsor a lot, Senator Chris Colker lives in Centennial. I don't think he's gonna get an additional $35 million for para this year. The state will fully fund their $225 million obligation. They prepaid about $191 million of that last year. I do think there's $6 million kind of attached to that bill he will get, but I don't believe he'll get the full $35 million that he's asking for. And that essentially went, so they repaid the 225 that they missed, but they didn't repay the lost, because 2020, the market, I think they returned nearly 17%. So that would go to paying the lost revenue from investments. And they did part of it, but the 35 million is outstanding lost revenue from investments that they owe.
And is that total 35 million, or is there even more that?
There was more, that's the total that's left.
Oh,
So thank you. We are at March 1st. What are your thoughts on this? When do you think would be the appropriate time for the next update? Do you think middle of March?
Doesn't matter.
I'm.
Okay. Okay, how about the next board meeting? I'm looking at it 3 weeks from now, March 22nd. Can we schedule it at the time, March 22nd? That would be an official board meeting, and we can add, so that would give you 3 more weeks, and you can come back at that point in time. You may have a little bit more information on the School Finance Act by that time.
Yeah.
Would that work for you, March
Under
22nd?
superintendent's updates or
Yes,
something?
something like that. We can put that in there, March 22nd. Okay,
And we'll get a
thank
revenue.
you. Whether that is going to be, you can be in person, or whether you want to join the
You
board.
might
meetings.
be in the
I'll
capital
have to,
update.
that's right, as they do the March revenue forecast and kind of close out the budget, so depending on where we are with that, if I can make it down, I will. If not,
Okay.
I'll do it remote.
Okay, so that's when we will circle at March 22nd is the next update. Thank you,
Thank you, guys.
thank you,
Alright.
appreciate it.
you.
So we
thanks for
move
coming
on,
down.
move on to the last piece of the thing. This is going to be part of our academic master plan.
Yes,
Ongoing conversation, but now we are going to more specifically talk about CTE.
bring them forward. To the big table. So as everyone knows, February was CTE month, and we've been talking so long about other stuff that it took us till March to get CTE at the table. So that's my joke for the day, I'm here all night. Let a little bit of whispering go on.
You got slides up?
We're just gonna run the first.
Yeah, I thought so too, I just don't see her in
Yeah, I
here.
think she had to take a. Okay.
Perfect timing.
Of course. Murphy's Law.
I'd rather be lucky than good any day.
Oh, so,
So we are just getting ready, and so whenever you're ready, Tamara.
This needs to be. I'll just read it. Okay. Yeah.
Is that a snack request?
Yes. Okay, so
Go ahead.
Okay.
You're good.
All right, so just we'll go quickly in context where this is our next round of AMP updates. Remember, we had promised to go deeper into CTE and ICAP programming. And so the first few slides just mention that. Goal 4, Goal 2, and Goal 3 is what we're addressing within our academics master plan. And specifically supporting students with their plan for the future. That's our ICAP, MT24, military technically in 2 and 4 year higher education, and then career and technical education opportunities. Where are we at right now with our programming and where are we headed? We won't go through these, but again, how our visual of our overall plan. And again, here are the specific language on each of the goals. We don't need to go into that. We've seen those several times. And we're gonna start with supporting our students with a plan for their future, specifically ICAP. For that, I'm gonna turn it over to Valerie from Student Success and Wellness. She's gonna talk about ICAP. She also has Leilani here, who's worked a tremendous amount and has put a lot of hours in on ICAP that has not just started this year. This has started from previous years, and it's morphing and connecting to how we're envisioning our academics master plan in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, so taking off my other hat, putting this one on. This is very exciting to me. Thinking about this plan for the future, just, you know, my background as a school counselor, and I worked in college admissions previously to being a school counselor. Always thinking about student futures is like where my heart is. And I definitely want to give credit where it's due. Leilani Mullins is our career and college access specialist. And so she is leading and coordinating a lot of the ICAP work happening right now. And so if we go to the next slide, one of the things I want to point out, even though we have these ICAP activities listed in the grad requirements, it's important to keep in mind that it's much broader than this, that an ICAP is really more of activities, conversations, experiences in the classroom, outside of the classroom, outside of school. It's those meaningful career conversations. And these activities are just selected as culminating demonstrations that we could measure. But ICAP really is a process and where students are learning about themselves and options for the future and what they might want to do. So it is broader than this. The next slide actually delineates some of that. And while it looks somewhat linear on this graph, I want you to keep in mind that this is something that students go back to and cycle through, learning about themselves, developing knowledge and skills, and planning for their future. As they have different experiences and are exposed to a variety of careers and through some of the opportunities that Dwayne will talk about, you know, they might change their minds. We know that this happens, and so we want to prepare students to be best situated where they have the most options available to them, but also have opportunities for those early experiences where they can have exposure to a variety of things. So the other thing I will say about this is that it is very student driven. When we think about individual career and academic plan, that is really driven by the student. This is what they are wanting for their future in cooperation with their families, with their teachers, like they have a team behind them saying, here's how we can help you reach your goals. This is where we are with when we look at what's required for graduation, and we've kind of had this focus on graduation that we've been talking about. It has those three components to it. The ICAP activities I showed earlier, how many credits they earn, and their competencies where they have to show from that menu of options that they've met one of those options. What we're talking about here is moving it to the next level of let's look at how we can make some changes with those high school credits, like you've seen, to allow more flexibility and access for students to engage in some of the options that they're thinking about for their future. And I know this is a slide that Leilani's especially proud of, so I want her to explain a little bit more about this once I get to the next one, which actually I'm gonna have you jump in here. Okay.
So I think one thing, and if you've ever heard about ICAP from the folks up at the state, you'll hear them often talk about ICAP as a verb rather than a noun. It's not something that students do in one thing where we can look at it and say, good, you check that box. It's something that they are continually accessing and working through. And our hope as we continue to move forward with utilizing ICAP as the vehicle for accessing additional opportunities is to really take the time to follow that continuum with students, but also start looking at what kind of tangible outcomes might come from that. So this first kind of umbrella model here, you'll just see from this left side, this is that continuum that we currently work through. And then as we move into the right side, these are some of the outcomes that we expect to continue to work and grow with students. Can you click to the next? And then as we focus more on student-driven academic planning, so this is not just go to registration, pick out your classes, turn it into your counselor, say, let's go for next year. This is really taking a look at interest-driven pathway planning. And so how do we work with students at that 9th or even 8th grade level to look at what they are, what they're interested in, what their aptitudes, their skills are, to be able to help them access not just this foundational level that you'll see at the bottom of these staircases, but start to build more opportunities for this advanced work. And ultimately, our focus continuing to move with students. So yes, we are here because we graduate students, but how do we really begin to take our focus to what comes after graduation? So we want to make sure that all of the systemic work that we do is building to create students, to create people who can go out, demonstrate skills, demonstrate knowledge, and fully be able to articulate what their path and their plan is.
I think one of the reasons I'm really excited about this future ready idea too is that we are moving to really focus on how are we going to prepare our students for what their individual personal goals are and keep the options open for them by increasing access and opportunity and by focusing beyond graduation. You know, the natural results and outcomes of that we will have increased graduation rates, that we will have reduced dropout rates if they're engaged, and they will have better future outcomes and success and metrics that we can show for that. And so that's our portion of this, and then we will hand it over unless anyone else.
I'd like to go right into the next piece and then we
Okay.
can take questions, because just go back a slide. What we're changing is the siloed nature of how the student has experienced the multitude of awesome things that we have offered. We're trying to bring them into a space. And the reason I wanted to go back a slide is CTE is on Leilani's slide. You don't own CTE. Dwayne has owned CTE for a long time. It's not who owns the program. It's not who built the slide. It's how does the student experience, and I, from a visual perspective, really appreciate this slide because it communicates on so many different levels how complex it is to figure out at the exact dial in, go back to my dial at the beginning of the year, solution for each individual child. This is a way that we want to approach ICAP, that it is a living, breathing conversation with students and families on where your students are at and which are the best ways to position them, not to get the diploma, but to run across the stage into the rest of their life. And so we have picked up, the team has picked up my language, MT24, which isn't different than our grad requirements in our ICAP, which is every student should be thinking, what am I doing after graduation? And I am still horrified at the number of kids that I walk into high school, particularly seniors, and I say, hey, what are you doing next year? And they say, I don't know, maybe I'll take a gap year. And they don't mean the gap year like we think the gap year of, oh, I'm traveling across Eastern Europe. Their gap year is maybe I'm gonna get a job and live at home. May is right around the corner. We want all our students to feel prepared that if they are going to take a gap year, that it's attached to a continuation of certification or an apprenticeship and all the other great things that Scott and Dwayne are going to share with you right now, that it further advances more options for them. The idea here is each step on their game of life creates a new branch for them to make a decision on. Right now, a lot of our students are telling us that each step limits what those choices are, and then they're just trying to get to the graduation goal line. So
I think it's important just like really quickly to note that ICAP, or the plan that we're helping them build for the future, connected to the graduate profile indicators, and the way that we've envisioned the AMP starts in 6th grade. And really, it's starting before that in elementary school with the programming and the pathways that we're putting in place. That's the vision, and that's where we're headed.
And I just appreciate the team consistently presenting all of these under academic master plan. These are self-sustaining parts of our organization that have presented information in the past, but everything right now belongs to AMP. And so we are constantly thinking about how do we communicate in visual ways for our families to see as I transition over to the CTE team. Well, if I look at that map that Gall shows all the time, where do I find my CTE options on there? How do I know where I can get future educator training options? Should I be able to click on that? And it's the same map. We talk about STEM and arts and language and experiential. We ought to be able to click on that same map and have CTE pop up in the same way. Because what is interesting to the family is what it is that we have to provide. It's not what's interesting to us, it's what's interesting to the family and the student.
Okay, so
The transfer of the
transfer, yeah.
of the baton. Thank you.
So, yeah, so I'll just jump to slide 11, because slide 10 is, we've gone over. The next slide on slide 11, I think the best way to look at this is, in those three boxes, you're looking at post-secondary choice, that's a central office opportunity. If you're looking at great neighborhood schools, obviously, you're looking at the school level. Future ready, it's down to the student level, okay? So as we look at quickly at the three options, so for central office, what we get charged with is providing new partners if the partners that we have aren't fulfilling all the needs that we have. Getting new courses into the queue, removing any barriers for schools and students. That can be things like teachers needing a master's degree to teach a college class. We've figured out ways around that. Dev ed issues, we've figured out ways around that, but those are things that we've got to do. And then the other part that we've got to do centrally is, to what Mike was saying, is sync up these things in a way that makes sense so that students can navigate through it. If I move over to the to the schools, at the school level, it's intentional use of data. Where are we having success? Who's accessing rigorous coursework? Who isn't? And to help work through with us to develop dedicated strategies at each school so that they have multiple rigorous course options for kids regardless of where, whatever that may be available to them. So we're working on that. And then you get to the future part with the student level, that's where ICAP comes in. You guys hopefully have seen the toolkits that Deborah and her team through help on with Dwayne have been putting out every month. The toolkits, degree maps, I'm gonna show you that here in a minute, but that's where like CLEP and Ascent come in. So that's kind of what that slide is. We're gonna move quickly to the next slide. When you get to this one, it's, what we're talking about is, last year we offered 2 concurrent enrollment classes. This year we've offering up to 22. Well, not up to, we're at 22. So those of you that are math majors, I'm not, but what is that increase? 500, oh, it's on the slide, 500% increase. Now, that sounds great, but the truth is the bar was pretty low. We got a long way to go. We've got to double that every year, but it's a good start. We went from 2 secondary partners, post-secondary partners to 9. 9. Now, some people have a problem.
Like in what timing?
Since last year, since last spring. And some people get a little uptight about that, to be honest. Oh, that's too many partners, that's too many things for kids to think about. But adding partners increases opportunities and it incents the partners that we have to work with us a little bit better. But again, we've got a long way to go on this, but we want to offer much more courses, much more holistic approach. And again, this is something that the superintendent talks a lot about, but right now, just for an example, we're offering a college arts class. We're one of the few in the entire state that are offering a college arts class that is an AP. But we have 6 different schools participating in it. So we have 1 teacher from Achieve who's teaching this class to 6. So all the comprehensives have kids in this class. When we get this right, we can do that across the board and get the best and brightest teachers in front of our kids. But now kids won't be penalized by the geography of where they go to school. There's nothing wrong with IB programming, but if you want concurrent enrollment for that's your better pathway, and you live across the street from Palmer, you've got a tough dilemma. As we start to mitigate some of those challenges with virtual options and hybrid options and things like that, it changes the dynamics for people and that they can access programming much more easily. And it doesn't take a transportation issue, which we always face, or having a kid get from one part of town to the other in bad weather or whatever. So we'll move on to the next slide. There, in the next slide, you will see the partners there that are new to this. A couple of TV stations just ran something about what we're doing with the National Education Equity, where we're offering classes this year from Stanford and Penn. We've got Harvard in the queue. We've got Howard in the queue for other opportunities there. One place I just want to get out in front of, because I'm thinking that maybe Director Daniels or somebody else may say, wait, I don't see UCCS on this. I know, I knew it was coming. Look, we had been working pretty closely with UCCS, but the truth is it was a partnership that was one-sided and tough for us to navigate. There were lots of barriers that were there. Now, what we've done is to, they wanted to charge us more than we can get from other things. We had to jump through more hoops to get teachers qualified and vetted and things like that. Now, when you bring in these other partners, it incents good conversation. And so just so you know, we've been meeting very regularly now with UCCS to get those programmings go back in. And their chancellor, we met with him 2 weeks ago and had a great conversation. He instructed his staff that we want to be be better partners. We're actually going to have Ascent, which is that 5th year legislation. Kids will be able to go to UCCS a 5th year for free. So anyway, so that is the new partners. I'll just quickly go to that last slide if we could. The degree maps are critical, and this is only a portion of them. But the key to these degree maps, well, there's a couple, but things I want you to know is one, too long people think about college as one track and career as another. That's not the case in most of the cases, right? I mean, there's a mix of them. And traditionally, when you talk about career ed, it used to be called voc ed. So it was for Black, brown, second language learners, underserved kids. They did the vocational track. People in the higher socioeconomic backgrounds got to do the academic. One, that's a problem that we all can understand. We've got to get out of that. But two, the truth is that in every career there's college opportunities. And to kind of what Valerie was saying and Leilani about the options is, what you want to do at 14, 15, and 16 is create the programming where it's interchangeable. It's just like when we all went to college. You had your gen ed at the beginning, and then you got into your topics, right? You got into your degree plan, your master's, your major. Same thing here. We want things, again, if you're 14, I don't know what you guys thought you were going to be doing at 14. I was going to be playing center field for the Yankees. Now at 57, I'm almost sure that's not going to happen, although I think I could still hit. I just can't run anymore. But the truth is, you don't want to get somebody centered on a program at 14 or 15 and then they change their mind and got to start all over again. So the key in this, and so the degree plans help everybody understand that there are college and career options across the spectrum, and that if a kid has multiple on and off ramps, because that's the reality of a student, right? Very rarely anymore do some of our students go right to college and stay through there till they get their degree plan. They opt out, they go to school, or they go to work, then they come back in. The more we do good stuff on the initial side, on the base level, they can opt back in wherever it makes sense for them. So the degree plans will start sharing more and more with all of the schools, but they're critical to help people navigate. Because right now, I'll end with this, students are basically, if they're being successful, it's in spite of the system instead of because of. And we've got to start illuminating the pathway so that kids and their families can see the trajectory, where they've got to go, what they've got to take, and if this thing doesn't work for them, you jump onto here. So with that, I'll turn it over to my friend Dwayne to talk about some CTE stuff.
So as we kind of look and approach the career and technical education and post-secondary, it blends, and it's more, the better we get at this, the more blended it becomes, to the point where we don't know where one begins and the other ends. And so as a group, right, the career and technical education is in charge of post-secondary opportunities, concurrent enrollment, as well as the development of CTE. CTE as a defined program by the state of Colorado is mandated grade 7 through 12. But I think in a lot of ways, we use the words career and technical education synonymous with any program that touches extra academic opportunities, right? Connects academics to workforce development. And then under career and technical education is also the workforce development or work-based learning, right? And so as we start to talk about the AMP as it relates to these, those three things become a Venn diagram that overlap each other. By design, the more they overlap, the more success we're gonna have with our students. ICAP becomes an umbrella, right, that sort of guides the student through that opportunity to overlap things. So ICAP leads that student to the right CTE program, whether that's my program as defined by the state of Colorado or a culinary opportunity that the city of Colorado Springs has developed independently, right? And then that student takes that opportunity because that's in their ICAP. Maybe they weren't connected to a CTE program because the schedule didn't work out, but we continue to focus on connecting them to other opportunities. Maybe there's a college class they could take that does work into their schedule. Maybe there's a work-based learning opportunity that takes. So we need to become more systemic around saying lanes don't matter anymore. It's much more blurred. As regarding the CTE or as regarding the AMP, and when we talk about CTE specifically, we kind of fall under the pathways, the experimental, the STEM. I always kind of joke that CTE puts the T and the E in STEM, right? Like we do a lot of science and math education, but once they get into the computer science class, once they get into the engineering class, once they start applying mathematics in my construction class, it starts to connect. But we're certainly not limited to experiential STEM programming. I mean, CTE is the gambit from family and consumer studies to, criminal justice to computer science, certainly the skilled trades, right? So when we talk about this, it's a wide scope. Quality neighborhood schools, we have CTE in every school. We're not going to drop it out, but we also are going to invest heavily in centralizing some of our options at the Wasson campus and continue to capitalize on that. And again, back to that future ready. This is for delivering students to their best self. So the next slide here kind of shows you where we are. Right now we have a robust portfolio of CTE in most of our schools. And it is largely school driven and site dependent, based a lot on how a principal has maybe utilized their FTE. What we need to move towards is a more integrated system of pathway opportunities that are connecting those and saying what we develop in one school site has to be related to their middle school feeder, as well as the post-secondary opportunities that we're bringing. Building in more depth in our CTE and layering in more work-based learning. Should I button this one? So for work-based learning, here we go. Right now, we're approaching about 120 internships per semester. We're the 6th largest internship provider in the state of Colorado. We know that data because we report it to the Colorado Development, to the CDE through the Career Development Incentive Program. The next step is we're bringing in a relationship with CareerWise, which is a national organization that focuses on launching youth apprenticeships and helping local industry develop those youth apprenticeship opportunities. We want to continue to expand the opportunities that we have with internships and work-based learning. And we want to, this one is really critical, that when we look at our AMP, connecting CTE to the adult and family education programs, we've been really probably missing just a natural partnership between the goals of the AFE program and the goals of our CTE program. And again, the continuity. CTE doesn't stop just because a student is 18, right? And what we develop for their parents are good for the students and vice versa. If we develop a partnership for our students, it's probably good for their parents if they're in a job-seeking environment as well. And ultimately, what we would like to see as we move 2 years out on the AMP is establishing District 11 as a work-based learning hub, so that when people think about District 11, it's where you send your student to be gainfully employed while they're in high school and being paid for that experience. Whether that's engineering, culinary science, criminal justice, but this is a place where your student, their senior year, has surpassed the minimum graduation requirements, and we're putting them into the workforce to experiment in their environment, earning college credits while they're doing it and accelerating their post-secondary credentials.
So saving kids money on college while in high school and paying them to go to high school. I mean, that's a bumper sticker. D11, we pay you to graduate. I mean, we have students right now, Future Educator Pathways, gave an interview today on Fernanda out of Mitchell High School that I think they'll run on KOA in a week or so. She is a preschool aide as part of her Future Educator Pathways training at Monroe, where she went to elementary school, so in a preschool setting. Through the program that we have in Future Educator Pathways, I can never say Annie's last name, what's her last name? Friesma. And so, I mean, that is full circle. One, we're developing a future educator of whom I wish and hope that we will hire as she advances through her degrees. And she's giving back to the community from where she came from. And it's contributing not just to solving District 11 staffing problems, but growing an educator at the high school level instead of passing that off to higher ed to figure out, do you or do you not want to be an educator, gives us clarity of how it is that we want our children to be a part of the very community that we serve.
You're talking about a high school student.
This is a high school student at Mitchell High School, who between T-Rep and the Mitchell Promise is certain to get her associate's degree for free. And then we should have relationships, and we're developing relationships for her then to work as a year or two or not, or just go straight and get her undergraduate degree to come back as a certified teacher. And so I've always said this, they say, how long do you want to stay here? I want to stay here until Fernanda or a version of her becomes a principal in District 11. When we grow our own principal and do it for free through the programming of the experience of high school, not like me when I told you you weren't going to stop me from being a pilot. We have people who want to do this that will do it in spite of the system. Here we are creating a roadmap and a pathway for a student who just says, thank you very much, this is a wonderful experience. And if you haven't met her, you need to. Go to Mitchell High School and meet any of the Marauders over there, you'll love them all.
I would add, we have a Marauder that's in 9th grade, and she's taking 3 college classes from 3 different college providers in 9th grade. I don't know where that kid's gonna be in 3 years from now, but I better have an apprenticeship on the table for her while she's taking college classes.
She can't, she surpassed what Mitchell has to offer out there?
No, it's because Mitchell leaned in heavily and said, we can do better.
Yeah,
We can offer college credits to the students in school who are ready for college at any grade level. And she's tested ready in every one of those content areas,
And
right?
Yeah, and one thing I want to just say about that with the different providers. So I hope everybody here, but if you're not, is familiar with guaranteed transfer. So you take a class, the state of Colorado certifies that you can take that class anywhere and it counts. And so we're very diligent about that on our end to make sure those are what they call guaranteed. So there's a huge list of them, but we make sure we take those. That's how those are the courses we deliver.
We're also the largest provider of college credits for CTE of any district in the Pikes Peak region, and probably outside of the Warren Tech and the Pickens Techs of Denver. We're probably the highest college credit provider of any CTE program in comprehensive school systems.
Can you go back a slide? Because I just want to really double down also on this concept of work-based learning for every CTE student. We want to also expand that and get to CTE for every high school student. So this idea of getting to the comprehensive demonstration of knowledge instead of just what the state will measure. CMAS, SAT, PSAT, we have to do all those things. I'm not gonna argue till I'm blue in the face to say that they're not what we're measured by. But our students need real experiences. I was in a meeting yesterday with Dwayne and Scott and the Widener's, the Widener Partner Group, and we're talking about an apprenticeship for facilities management. How to, not just we're gonna provide the coursework and kids are gonna go downstairs at Coronado or a Palmer and they're gonna figure out do they like this or not do this. Apprenticeships where students are getting credits for being a part of a company that is already having massive investments within our town, who, by the way, can't find the appropriate employees to continue to do the work. We are the future of workforce development for Colorado Springs, and we're already positioned to do it because the work of the CTE team and many others in the districts have built this foundation. The academic master plan gives us the chance to put it all on paper so everybody knows about it. Now, I don't know what Sophia knows about CTE this year as a freshman at Doherty, but I will promise you in her junior year, she will know about every one of the pathways. And she'll be coming home and saying, Mom, Dad, I want to do this and I want to do that. And I get to do this at Doherty, but I need a ride over to Wasson if I want to do that. Oh, and this one I can do online. Oh, and by the way, over the summer, I think I'm going to work for that company. And so I want parents calling us up and saying, stop it, we're trying to go camping in June and July, and I just don't have the time anymore. Our kids deserve these options. The programs are out there. And I love the breadth and depth slide, by the way. We have the breadth. We just need to get the depth because the program can't exist without the kids in it. Because for each one of these programs, there is a highly specialized individual who helps. First of all, we have the centralized team that develops the curriculum and makes it happen at the state. But when they happen, particularly at multiple school levels, these are highly specialized instruction staff to be able to deliver these course options. So we got to get depth so we can actually get that return on investment.
I'm reminded of multiverse. You heard of multiverse?
In which version?
Have you?
In physics, I've heard of the multiverse.
Multiverse is a national organization that's trying to push apprenticeships as a route to graduation rather than the current academic route we have. And it's nationwide, and they're trying to implement it across the country. Multiverse. Yeah. So when you said that, I go, hey, that's multiverse. I mean, because we force kids out of college, right? And almost, if you don't go to college, then you're done. And we don't give the proper credit for apprenticeship program. And because not everybody wants to go to school. But that is a big push right now to try to get that approved through the CDE, that it's viable. Well, if it comes, you know how it is, but it's exactly what you're talking about. I mean, almost like you took it off the whip beat.
Well, I already heard the 500% club over here, so we'll make sure.
But it's
that,
good, hey,
yeah.
it's a great idea.
And our only twist is, for us, it's a yes and.
Yeah.
We don't seek to replace the traditional path
Okay.
because we have to serve the needs of all of our students and families. And there are a lot of families who want a very traditional experience. That's great, but we have to see that CTE has to move up into the lexicon of when we start talking about it. You don't go to CTE because you didn't succeed in the comprehensive experience. And I use this analogy all the time, and I appreciate the team's ability to be disruptive. If you're going to Stanford, which is on their slide, by the way, if you're going to Stanford or MIT to study computer science, you better have 2 courses of CTE in cybersecurity. And it better not be in the basement at Coronado. It needs to be at the cybersecurity lab at UCCS. Yeah. There's no way I can duplicate that experience of what already exists and is underutilized. So we are seeking to be both traditional in the things that we know that our kids need access to, that we have large numbers that we can support, but we don't want to go out and start replicating work. And so this idea of apprenticeship and being disruptive and public-private partnerships and higher ed partnerships gives our kids access to a world of which they don't have to be committed to yet. And so you can take those 2 classes in the cybersecurity lab at UCCS and then actually come home and say, Mom and Dad, I don't really want to be a computer scientist anymore. Yeah. I would much rather have learned that lesson for my kids' colleges, careers, before I was spending $20,000 or more a year to determine what it was that they were interested in.
And we're working to, I'm sorry. we're working to align all of that, the interest, development, and the opportunities to the way that you saw a draft of what Darren presented last work session with our the way we're looking at graduation requirements for credits, right? So it's expanding those opportunities so it all across the board, you get to experience something, it opens up more opportunities, and it'll allow for credits and incompetency too. We're looking at capstone options for that as well.
Okay, so was that the last slide?
Yeah, last slide.
Director Daniels, you had a comment?
I was just curious about, again, what does it look like for our special needs students? Just need them in there some kind of way.
So, yeah, we just actually conducted the first of what's gonna become 4 annual PLCs today with Palmer, where we brought the counseling department and the SPED department together. We didn't get to where we wanted to be because the lack of information was so deep that it was really just a deep dive into where we are and what the things is. The takeaway from that is simply that we underserve our SPED population right now. We're highly aware of that. And I think today was a really good first step at 2 things. Number one, codifying the fact that SPED students have 100% access to CTE and post-secondary. Certainly with post-secondary, the institutions may set a higher threshold of entry requirements. But there's absolutely there's nothing in law or in practice or policy that should prohibit a special ed student from having access. And that is a number one goal of ourselves in CTE.
That's exactly right. And just to piggyback on that, so one of the reasons we moved the 18 to 21 program to Wasson, because we want to start to build that synergy of students that are in those programs. They've got to have access to college and career. The truth is, every demographic we've got is underserved with rigorous coursework across this district. We're not white kids, not rich kids, not black, nobody's getting enough. And it's not, nobody's doing anything maliciously, but there's opportunities here to disrupt a little bit. But Tamara and her team have been fantastic about helping us be creative to say, hey, if this CTE course has math and science in it, how do we draw the parallel lines that say, hey, that can substitute here, and now with the new grad requirements, it's a little bit different. But we're working closely together and saying, hey, how do we do this that meets the student where they are and what they want to do, and how do we get them to what they're, everything that they want? What is the phrase you're using now, Mike, that high school is the?
Finding your excellence.
Finding your excellence. And that's really what we're trying to work through, but it's exciting to do, but it's a lot of work to start to get people to rethink that. And so that's thinking about counseling and administrative teams to just rethink. And so you're gonna hear some bumps along the way. That's okay. I mean, the truth is, we should be hearing lots of bumps along the way. But I think this team as a whole, and I get to work with the other area soups who've been so helpful with the high schools to help bring them along in some of this stuff, because they're willing, but it's a big challenge and it's a big change.
Look like you're breaking down the silos.
Yeah.
Because for so long, you did your thing.
Right.
They did their thing, and you all just did your thing.
Right.
You're finally connecting the dots.
I mean, that's why we are where we are, right? Is that we've done these silo things and it doesn't work.
Break them open.
But again, I think I love the way the system is set up because we all work closely together and they help. The area soups have been fantastic about helping push these things in places where maybe people are a little bit more hesitant.
Okay. Leilani had a comment too.
I just was gonna add with that breaking down of that silo barrier. I think we have a lot of traction from all levels of staff of interest in this being an all hands on deck model of getting students more prepared. And I think we have an opportunity to run with that and say, everyone from the counselor, the admin, the teacher, to anyone they come across in the building should be able to speak with students on becoming that future ready person. And I think that's where we know we need to get, and we also have momentum to get there.
We just reframed the team on the simple question of what makes this more accessible to the student. Nobody was ever had the wrong intent. The silos are there because that's just the way we had built the systems. But when you ask the question, what makes this more navigable and opportunity for students to access, then suddenly everybody comes in and thinks about it differently. And so we will work through and we will brief to the board when we need to make a Wasson investment on a centralized decision. That might not make a specific high school happy if we decide that we want to double down, and I'll always use our culinary arts thing. If we want to have the most incredible professional kitchen that ever existed, well, we're only going to do that once, folks, right? We're not going to buy $10 million kitchens and put them in 4 different comprehensive high schools. Those are decisions that we have to make as families and students have to navigate choice. To Scott's point, not everything has to be done in the traditional way. If we could get, I'll use the other one I use all the time. If Sal Khan showed up here to teach algebra, the Khan Academy, if he showed up here to teach algebra, would we put him on a video to get him in front of 500 kids and record it and then be able to do that over a series of 6 or 8 weeks, which is, by the way, how Khan Academy works? Or would we say he could only do 25 kids at a time in one classroom, 5 periods a day because he needs 2 planning periods? We have to think differently when we get to this level of disruption. The normal way that we operate works, but these are real disruptions in public education that says every student in CTE gets a work-based learning experience. Every student, that doesn't mean you build a birdhouse downstairs in woodshop. That means that now you're working for a company that needs to demonstrate the skills of building that birdhouse and then get feedback of whether or not that worked at the company level. I believe that the community is eager and ready for this. We have strong relationships with the city through the Economic Development Team and the Workforce Development Center. They are expressing great interest. Dwayne has been plowing this field for, I dated him as being only 10 years in the system, because it's only 10 years that you need to be an expert. But he and others have been doing this work for a long time. It's now coming to a culmination point where we're going to benefit by redefining what CTE means in the ICAP for our students in their academic master plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad some of the work that is happening here, I certainly do appreciate it. A couple of quick comments on my side. Glad to see the partnership that you are expanding with Widener. I guess some of the URA stuff, the Urban Renewal Authority stuff that we are approving out there as some benefits, tangible benefits for our students. Getting to UCCS, Dr. Mendelsberg, let Superintendent Gall close that deal with the UCCS Chancellor, getting them as a partner. I think he can do an effective job in closing that deal. Work-based learning opportunities that you are talking about and certifications, I know that you mentioned criminal justice and engineering. Can we possibly look into, I don't know if this is a cost, how about offering more in the health and medical field? Do we do that at this time?
Scott, you want to talk about
Yeah,
our
so
early
we've been
conversations?
talking to UC Health about some pretty significant programming around that. UC Health wants to work with us, so much so that we've even talked about them having space at the Wasson campus around some things around mental health supports and different opportunities for people who need clinical hours and things like that. But they have some wonderful programming which is very similar to what we're talking about, work-based learning, where you intern with them. They're giving people who work with them for half time, 20 hours a week benefits. And then, again, what Mike was saying earlier is exactly right. They need people. I'm like, well, we got those, right? And by the way, a lot of them are second language learners. Now you got a whole new avenue that you can play with. And so I think I think hopefully in the next month, we'll have a much more detailed plan around that. But yeah, I think healthcare is in dire need of people. And I think that's a place we're gonna be able to share stuff with you guys here in the next, hopefully, month.
So I heard on-ramps and off-ramps earlier. What I really like about things like healthcare and in the Future Educators Pathway, students have multiple places to come on and off their career path after their relationship with District 11. And so this idea of I'm going to be a med tech and I'm going to do that for 4 or 5 years and then I'm going to go back to school and then I want to go to med school, or I want to stay here, or I want to switch over and become a registered nurse. Multitudes of options, more and more opportunities for kids, instead of our goal just being, here's your diploma. So this idea of giving kids this broad opportunity is exciting. I'm sorry, Director Daniels.
No, you're good. I just wanted to, a couple of years ago, Julie Johnson over at our online, D11 online, brought us to Cherry Creek and we got a chance to tour. I can't remember the name of the school, but they built this amazing complex. I don't know if you guys have visited yet?
Yep.
Did you take Superintendent Gall yet?
I did not, but I'm
Okay.
aware.
Wonderful. That's all I really need to know. If he's gonna head on out there and see that, cause that right there was
He
like.
brings it up to us
Woo!
at least once a month.
At
maybe
least once a
more.
month,
I think
yeah.
it's like, it better be better than what they're doing.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
So
better do
real.
it better, yeah.
That is powerful.
The Cherry Creek Innovation Center is a CTE center, stunning building. They're about to
Stunning.
break ground on a second.
Ooh,
Um,
yes. Love it.
What I would say is that I have done the tour. They don't offer, outside of behavioral health, a single CTE program that we don't offer in District 11. And I would say in many cases, we outperform them.
Agreed.
What they do have is a synergy and a concept.
Yes.
I don't know that we're gonna have a bond and build a shiny new building.
Agreed,
And I think that's kind of to the point of what the AMP is. I don't necessarily need a shiny new building to have an outstanding program. It doesn't hurt for marketing, right? But I think we can market the success. This is the number of internships. This is the apprenticeships. Our program delivers these certifications and these college credits. And yes, we will build a state-of-the-art kitchen. We won't duplicate it, but I don't know that, I love the Cherry Creek Innovation Center. But we can do anything they can do. We just might not have the shiny building.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to use it as a point of reference,
no, it's a
basically,
great-
so
yeah, it's a
that
great-
I agree.
Yeah.
most people, again, like, a lot of people don't understand this community. They offer, things are out there.
Yeah,
If you're
right.
not in and you're not participating, you're only doing it right here, you're missing out on a whole lot of information. So that's the only reason I mentioned it, like,
No, it's
No,
a
it's
great
a-
point.
lay
When
your
you-
eyes
I'll
on
tell you
that.
the truth, where
Yeah.
we're gonna beat them is we're offering more college stuff around it.
Mm-hmm.
Where theirs is a standalone,
yeah,
I think we're gonna sell a much more holistic and a much more in-depth program than anybody else going.
agreed.
Okay, any more questions or comments? Al, or,
good, no.
okay, where you at?
Yeah, so, this all sounds amazing. You guys are rocking it. I had a question about, I don't know if you need to go back to it, but with slide 12 where you speak to having the conversations with the students and helping guide them even down to 6th grade or elementary level. That sounds great. Who's gonna be having those conversations? To me, it sounds like we're gonna need more staff.
So a couple things. So one, the toolkits going out to all the parents around the different college and career program, right? So that's a start. We've got to get better around ICAP. And this is not a D11 challenge. This is across the state. ICAP is a graduation requirement, but it hasn't been used to the fidelity that it should and could be. Now, we're having we meet with the counseling staff every month, and it seems like now it's every week, and it's great. But we can be doing it through counseling, we can be doing it through home rooms, we can be doing, we have deans. You got a kid come in with trouble, we're gonna fix the challenge of the trouble, but now we're also gonna sit down and have them trained to talk to that kid, okay, now stop screwing around in class, I apologize. Sorry, it's late and I get goofy, but stop screwing around, we're gonna stop the screwing around in class, but now we're gonna also talk about your college and career path. So that we turn up what is a negative experience that really doesn't provide a whole lot of fruitful thing for anybody and say, let's use that as a learning opportunity around that. So it's gonna be a lot, Director Nelson, to figure out how to get to that, every individual kid, but through going to these parent nights and all that stuff, one of the great things that we've noticed in these parent nights, and you guys have been to some of these, is these parents are coming back into these schools going, why aren't we hearing about this? And so it's creating the kind of energy and synergy that you want. But we've got to get a lot better about that, scaling it down and cascading it down to that one-on-one level. And so I do think there's some opportunities around what we can do with 8th grade about how do you do high school and really really build in, here's learning styles and here's stuff around the grad requirements so that people walk in knowing more about what's available. I think through those things, and again, Deborah Ashby has been huge in helping us with these toolkits. I don't know how we figure out the return on investment on that. It's hard to figure out. I'm just positive that it's better than what we're doing now, or what we've done.
That's one middle school, one that we do.
Okay, yeah.
Leilani, you had.
Yeah, I just think another vehicle that we are in the process of utilizing to get this out is making very specific content that will be able to be placed in advisories, which for the most part, and as we move ideally to some more centralized scheduling, most students, if not all, will have a touch point of advisory through 6 through 12. And so if we can make sure that we're getting the information in there, all teachers will have the opportunity to get it out to all students, and then we can utilize counseling and other resources to kind of do that next tier. You heard about it all in a classroom model. The next tier is how do we make it tangible for individual students.
So you don't anticipate needing more staff?
I think we
Which
need
is
to
good to
utilize.
hear because we have to already reduce our budget, so.
We need to utilize our staff more effectively. I mean, I would make the argument that every teacher at Jenkins should know what programs are offered at Doherty and the Watson campus. And so when any time a student comes to them, to a math teacher and says, man, I really like this, where do I go for engineering? If I had a Jenkins teacher that in the math department who could say, well, this is the Doherty engineering program, this is the computer science, this is the cyber program, these are your options, that would be I could retire, right? Because we aren't using the economy of scale that we have in our own system to inform ourselves about our opportunities.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just sort of changing the mindset a little bit, or the culture that our staff, even though I'm a math teacher, I'm also investing in helping to convey what the future could look like for my students.
And it is happening. The math staff at Mitchell High School has a class on basically career options in math. And so it meets all our state requirements of math, but it connects it to what you will do with math in a career field. And so that's happening organically at Mitchell High School. Sherry, what is the name of the department head?
Dr. Sandra Briggs.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that she gets credit. Dr. Briggs has just done tremendous work, and it was shared at the open house evening for Mitchell High School. That was a snowy evening, of course, but it was great to see the kids gravitate over there. And so we just put up there, I had Deborah come up and share on the screen some of the work that we've done on these pre-launches and explorations to be communicating. And these are digital communications that we can use singularly or holistically on what it means to have some of these opportunities that we've been talking about. And they're framed through the lenses of the student. So our goal is, if you share how students see the experience, then it makes more sense than the dozen adults that sit around and tell people what to do all the time. Because remember, it's the students who are the ultimate.
Great. I want to thank Deborah and her team too. That was the way they put it.
Even I can understand that.
By the way, is Deshaun a real student in district level, or did you create?
He is the amalgamation of many students. This, though, the true story is always a true story. So this young lady, Madeline, is absolutely a rock star in a future educator program. She just got a full ride to the college of her choice.
Is this the
Don't ask me
Mitchell
which
student
one
that
she
we are
told me.
talking about?
No, this is different.
This is a different one, okay.
But this was her student teaching at her, which I think it's in there, at the elementary that she chose. Placed there by Melissa Smith, Work-Based Learning, hand-placed, every one of them is hand-placed, and trained by Annie Friesma.
Just so you know, that elementary, there's different messaging, so this is how much work they're doing on it. There's different messaging for elementary and different messaging for middle schools. And whatever it looks like now, and it looks fantastic, we'll keep getting better. But this is our first foray into this and getting a feel for how it's landing for folks. And so, but as we get better at it, we'll get more sophisticated on figuring out touch points and how to tweak certain things that are maybe not landing.
Can I just share a personal story that, what you're talking about is my personal experience. I was very fortunate that when I was a senior at Palmer, I got into a program at Memorial Hospital. I thought I wanted to be a doctor, so I was able to go and observe the radiology department, the pharmacy department, observe surgeries, like multiple surgeries, stuff that'll blow your mind. And I was taking anatomy at the time because that's what I thought I wanted to do. And then through that process realized, well, I really want to be a stay-at-home mom. So maybe it doesn't make sense to go through all this medical school if my end goal is to not actually be a doctor at some point. And then I also realized I didn't want to be around sick people all the time. But then I shifted gears into a college that was an engineering school. I thought I was going to be a chemical engineer, and I hate math. But that led me on a path to learning about, not all chemies go into petroleum, some are in food science, helping come up with new flavors. So I kept going down chemi path, but realized that I would only be working on the equipment if I stayed there and not with the food. So then I transferred to doing food science and nutrition, which I loved. And but while I was at the School of Mines, they were really big proponents of internships. And that stuck with me. So when I was a junior in college, I started asking about internships. So I interned at a tortilla chip factory, I interned at a spice company, I worked in the CSU bakery, getting up at like 4 a.m. before going to class. And that then built my resume. So then when I was looking for a job once I graduated, I was so well prepared to get that job. And it's like, you guys are just, I'm so excited about what you're doing, because I have been thinking, we gotta communicate the importance of internships to kids and how much value that brings. Because not only does it build your resume, but it helps you realize, I don't wanna do that, And so I'm so thankful that you're already going down this path and thinking in these terms, and realizing that, if we can just get kids experiences, that's the best education that you'll get, is that real life experience. And I want to circle back on a comment or some pushback I gave at the last work session to Darren and you, Tamara, about the computer education. I mean, if you guys tell me that, nope, we really don't think that needs to be a requirement, then I'm gonna respect that. I was pushing back on you that to me it seems like it should still be a requirement. I wanna make sure we're equipping kids with the skills they need. Even if they end up being a plumber or a welder, I want them to know how to run Excel. So if they ever wanna run their own business, they can manage a budget through Excel or something. That was my logic, but you guys are in it and you're seeing the day-to-day, what kids already know and what they need. So I just want to circle back on that and say, like, if you come back and say, we just don't think that should be a requirement, then okay, I'll respect that.
Appreciate that. Definitely, we love about these updates is we're allowed and we're able to share with you exactly where we're at real time in the draft stages of realizing the plan, right? Because otherwise it's just a vision that doesn't actually come to play. And so we are in sharing that, we're sharing things that aren't in their complete form. And really, if we're at a learning organization, it'll never be in a complete form. We'll be learning and we'll be adjusting it. So we appreciate the feedback in all forms during this time out in the field, when we share with principals, when we're meeting together in teams, and that is a work in progress, but you can see the ultimate goal with it. You can see the ultimate goal in changing our requirements. It's to open up more opportunities for students and to realize our vision. So no, thank you for that.
Yeah, is there something,
Are you walking back on US history too?
No, that one we have to keep. We have to keep that one. But I was wondering about PE. If a student, and I can't remember, did we talk about this? If a student's already in like basketball and football, are we still requiring them to take PE, or could we make that even another
That's what Darren
thing?
was bringing forward, and we just didn't get into the depth of the conversation.
Okay.
We're gonna come back to what some of these course opportunities, options are to the board in a different facilitated environment, instead of just we provide it and you all either say yes or no, because that's difficult to cross 7. We thought about breaking up into a couple of small working groups and hearing from you all first, what are the things that you all believe should not be changed? Or so we want our kids to be physically active, but I certainly don't need the kid that's going from I forget which school it is, gonna go play baseball for UVA, right? If he wants to take an additional science class to prepare himself for UVA, I can probably give him a comped out of PE.
Exactly.
Especially if they're learning baseball skills.
Okay,
I was just gonna say that conversation has been on the table for years. I have heard so many parents ask, if my son is in a league where he's chasing this dream, why is he taking PE? We're already a traveling team, how come we have? I mean, I'm so glad we're finally getting there. Same thing with acting, same thing with, it's exploding with how many students know their path, know what they're doing, already in it, and they're still like, why do I have to do this? Why is this necessary? What is this gonna help me with? Every day.
It's absolutely, it is so exciting and it's so complicated. Because just so people understand, that's why we know there will be adjustments that'll need to be made, because in opening up the opportunity and building a plan for the future along the way, you wanna make sure you're not limiting things while you're exposing people to things, right? There's requirements in higher ed, there's requirements if you're gonna go to a certain pathway. I think Scott's, language, I'm forgetting the name of, you called it a
Degree plan.
degree plan. The degree plan language idea, when you're putting that all together, it's not limiting from whatever option they're gonna go into. And that is, we have to grow and work on that together as a system. And every member of the team needs to understand that. And that is equity.
Yes.
We were in a teacher forum recently. I said this today at the K-12 meeting, and somebody had a question about, is equity still one of our core values, or equitable practices really is the core value? And because they equate it with, there's lots of different ways you look at it, right? Like maybe with having a department or that sort of thing. And he said, the sort of thing we're practicing at the K-12 meeting with looking at text first planning and ensuring that all students have access to rigorous texts and grade level and beyond coursework. The fact that we're talking about here in this follow-up update AMP conversation, that all students have access to explore their interests and pathways, and that we're not limiting them or pushing them in a certain direction, that's equity. That's equitable practices, and that's what we're attempting to do.
I like the fact,
Thank you for doing
I
that.
hate internships. Especially, for those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, that's gonna make a huge difference in a lot of families. And it will motivate kids to stay in school, because they're gonna be helping their family. My dad joined the Army at 16, because I either go to the Army or starve to death. And so that kept up, so, when you're at that point, it's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear what you said, Ms. Acevedo, about equitable practices continuing. That was one of the things that we promised our community in April when we had this budget conversation, that we will continue those equitable practices. And it's good to see that we are doing that and continuing that, even though the grant funding for that project ended. Thank you for all the work that you guys put in. And I know that you guys have that high school meetings going on too. I think you have one more left probably.
Yeah, we have one more. If you have not made our post-secondary night, then I invite you to join us next Tuesday night at our last post-secondary night. It starts at 6. I know the DAC, we're up against the DAC, so for your attention. But it's at 6 o'clock at the Roy J. Watson campus in the main auditorium.
And I've been there to a couple of them. I really enjoy what you guys present. The Ascent program, I don't think you talked too much about that today, did you?
No.
Yeah.
We did. It's in the degree plan. If you look at the degree plan side, you'll see how Ascent plays into our degree plan. So we are actually building a 5-year plan in our AMP. with the post-secondary outcome as being a potential fifth year.
What you shared is last year, how many students were there in that center program?
Well, 5.
And what do you have now?
We're at least at 25 now.
We've got about 30 on the strong
30.
commit sheet. We'll
Yeah.
know more at registration the first
Yeah.
week of April.
And the truth is, that's not acceptable either. We can't, 30 is not the right number, it's not even close, but it's just one of those implementation things, but it's a good jump, but it's not near where we're gonna be in a year from now.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? See,
I just want, yeah, sorry, can't leave yet. So, all of this exciting stuff, it seems focused on Wasson, but just to make sure, there used to, okay, you're shaking your head no, so I'm kind of glad to see that already.
Yeah.
We did used to have the biomedical focus and an aeronautics focus at, say, Mitchell, and maybe Project Lead the Way over at Coronado or something. And so I'm just curious if you can reassure me that we're not abandoning all things of engagement and interest at the other
Not
main
at
high
all,
schools.
but
Okay.
the superintendent's vision, and I totally agree with it, is at the school level, there's only so much bandwidth you can offer certain programming. You can't get, if you're talking colleges, you might be able to offer the 100 level or maybe a 200 level every once in a while. But to get to that 300, 400 level, you just don't have the bandwidth with FTEs, right? And so if we're smart about it, we coordinate it, same thing with CTE. You can do the intro level and maybe the second level, but at some point you need a finishing place where you can go. And that's how I think, I hope that's what his vision is, but I think that's the right play for Wasson, to be honest with you, is then we're optimizing our resources in a way where it makes sense. Hey, we can hit these marks here, but there isn't a high school anywhere in this country that can get us to where we want to go with what our outcomes that we're looking for. If we just rely on that and that high school to do it. If we pool our resources and share it and use that way, then I think we can do things that people have never done before.
Okay.
I'll just double down, I really like the way you said it, that 100, 200 level, that introduction, and then we expect some schools to have very specific things. We're building an airplane at Mitchell. We're committing to the aviation sciences at Mitchell. We're not picking that up and moving it over to Wasson. Now, if we build 100 airplanes and we have so much demand, maybe we now need to talk about, does that need to be at Wasson? I always call it Food and Culinary Arts, FACS stands for
Family and Consumer Sciences.
Is a perfect example of where Doherty has a very rich existing program of which we are invested in sustaining. However, it's a lot to ask other students to have to go to Doherty to get there. So Mitchell, Palmer, and Coronado will go to Wasson for that level of experience. Because to duplicate that for comprehensive high schools, then we're in the conflict of interest of how do we allocate the resources. So we seek it to be a yes and no, we won't just centralize everything at Wasson, because then we're not meeting that first order of need for students to determine, what do I want to be when I grow up?
I still don't know. I never thought I'd be here, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, do you have any more things? We are adjourned.